live, maybe.
Or
We'll see. We'll see. We've been quite good lately with it going live. Oh, look at that. Twitch has gone live. And the name's right. Oh, YouTube's gone live. And the name's right.
Oh,
wow.
I wasn't expecting.
We've only gone and done it, lads. We've only gone and done it. This is our 90th video, by the way. This is the 90th video on World of Orlea. A monumentous occasion. Maybe in another time. Maybe we'll do something special for the 100th episode of something. Whatever our 100th upload is, maybe we'll do something special. So, we have a tradition in this wonderful game of D&D, in that we do a recap at the start of every episode by our wonderful Lubnub. But it has been a little while since we've streamed, so does Lubnub want to do the recap, or would he like to leave it in the abled hands of someone else?
Lubnub can handle recapping what happened last time on Marvel Rivals.
I'm sure Lubnub has great memories of last stream.
Yeah.
So, take it away.
Basically, Lubnub went to the bank, withdrew an insubstantial amount of money, threw it at the party, who then claimed he stole it. And to be fair with everyone here, Lubnub wouldn't steal what was roughly about 130,000 gold. Because it's fucking worthless. What are you going to do with that?
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, withdrew that, gave it to the party, was accused of stealing because they're all arseholes.
I don't think anyone actually accused you of stealing it. I think everyone just demanded where you got it and then didn't believe your first answer.
Yeah, like, we didn't accuse you of stealing it.
They didn't accuse it, they insinuated, heavily insinuated, but there was no official accusation.
Maybe I just have a memory of Zuax being like, where did you get this money? Did you steal it? And Lubnub just...
That might be correct. Zuak might have accused you of theft.
I asked, I didn't say, did it?
Yeah, but still.
That's like going, hey, did you kill this guy? They're not saying, we think you killed this guy. They're just asking, did you kill this guy?
Well,
yeah, it's like, I don't think you
if
did.
anyone here has ever read The Crucible, which I doubt exists in the world of Orlea, accusations are enough to start.
It is true, I don't own the rights to The Crucible. Shockingly. Maybe we should do a Salem Witches one shot at some point. Just all of us as like early 15-year-old teen girls fucking going through the woods.
Oh my god.
It's a game of werewolf, but every time you accuse someone they die. And there is no werewolf.
I think that is werewolf.
That 110%.
Yeah, but there is no werewolf.
Oh right, yeah, no, sorry, yeah.
Well, that fully was just like the whole entire witch trials, wasn't it? It was like,
yeah, it was just.
Witch.
That's true. They did base the witch trials off of the concept of the game werewolf.
Yeah,
I do remember reading that in the Bible. Thou shalt play werewolf in the mid 18th century. Sorry,
the Black Death happened, and now we're
I mean, of course.
Yeah. After the accusations were thrown about, the party finally decided, hey, remember that demon we were going to fight back on Halloween? Let's fight on Christmas instead.
Mm-hmm.
And, fight started off well. We missed the piss barrel.
You did. You missed that barrel attack. That was brutal.
Some party members might have been really, really tired IRL after doing an insane amount of shifts that day. And potentially, they may have forgotten to cast a spell before combat and didn't have the brain power to continue any active thoughts during combat. But between Zuax, Lubnub, Stan, and Torek, there was some pretty hard ass kicking going on. And then our ass is starting getting kicked. And
pretty aggressively.
So much so that it pretty much was only Nyla left, as Stan, Zuax, and Lubnub were eating shit. And
completely and utterly.
While Torek was alive and healthy, he had the mental capacity of a 2-year-old and was doing rat things.
Yes.
Nyla pulled out a Deus Ex Machina and fixed Torek's brain, and then Torek fixed some other people, And Zuax, who ate shit pretty badly to the point of choking on it, had to be resurrected.
I'd like to say I didn't want to do the fight. Put that out there. Put that out there.
No wonder you lost.
I would
so
like to
bad.
say that it got us 2 level ups, so frankly I'll kill Zuak again if I have to.
Put that out there.
Yeah, just keep killing Zuak until you level up again.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we rejoin the party just after Nylathria has left the building. She has gone off to do whatever private business she has in whatever tavern she went to go find. Not yet revealed on camera, of course, because the players are still in Ariadne's house. They are about to start their long rests after the fight. Ariadne is already resting, grateful for you helping with the Cybrex problem. We've got Lubnub taking a short rest, and then with the intention to keep watch overnight, just in case Nylathria puts up a flare. So, we rejoin the party as Zuax. As you begin your long rest, you are obviously still a little rocked from just being brought back from death. Where do you think you're sleeping tonight?
In my shell, under a bed, away from people.
You are inside your shell, just starting to get comfortable. What are your thoughts as you are feeling the grey granite of your new skin?
Zuax would be very conflicted about the fact that A, he died, and B, he was brought back. He knew he had to come back, but there's a small little part of him that knows how old he is, that he's just kind of... He had accepted it until he was brought back, and now he's just unsure about what's going to happen in the future.
Yeah.
And how these adventurers are going to manage to succeed in what they're going up against.
Let me ask this. Is this Zuax's first death, do you think? Obviously, in
This
the
is-
world of D&D, death is a semi-permanent arrangement.
This is 110% Zuax's first death. He's never experienced it before.
As you lay down to sleep and you finally drift off for the start of your long rest, a couple hours goes by, pretty unimpactful, and then you enter that deep portion of sleep, the dreaming portion of sleep, and you find yourself walking calmly at first, and then with a little bit more urgency. You know where you've to go. You're not sure why you know, but you're walking with some purpose through a cavern. Looks to be underground, probably pretty deep based on how warm and moist the atmosphere is. You can see that there is stalactites and stalagmites all crowding around the sort of entrance to one of these places, one of the many turnings of the various cavern. And as you walk through the tunnel, you get to a point where all you can see in front of you is almost like the inside of one of the geodes that haven't been cracked open yet. You can see a crack leading into the inside of one of these
Why can't I
geodes.
hear you fuckers?
Hello, Torek. You're live.
Oh yeah, it's 'cause
You're
I've got
live,
loads of
Torek.
time.
Hello,
It's
Torek,
usually
you're
I'm in the
live.
same room as you.
That was
Where are
so
you?
great.
Watch as Torek crawls out.
You're
from the
live,
crack.
Torek. You watch as you watch as a strange twinky man walks out from this.
I still
Where the
can't hear
fuck
you
am
though.
I?
Give me a second. Remember my thing is very slow. Use a volume.
That's
Put it
okay.
up.
Assuming
Wow,
that
Oric, I can't believe you're here in my dream.
Torek, can someone relay the message that if Torek is quiet, we'll just continue the stream?
Finally, I got him.
Wonderful. So again, we are live. Just as a note.
Cool.
Wonderful.
Dropped an
As you're walking through these caverns, you find a crack leading to the inside of a geode. You can see inside amethysts easily 10, 15 inches in length, massively developed. This geode must have been undisturbed for centuries. This is an ancient place. And as you watch, almost like a time lapse of images conveying time passing, you start to see that the small amounts of liquid dropping from the roof, forming the stalactites of amethyst, start to drip onto the floor, and you watch in fast motion an amethyst table and amethyst chairs facing each other start to form.
I would, I'd be taken aback slightly, but Zuax would know this is an invitation, so he's going to sit himself down at the table, and he's going to take out like a little teapot and a couple of sets of mugs.
As you're watching, the time lapse continues very slightly, and in front of you, piece by piece, from the ground up, of various gemstones, you start to see legs, torso, arms, head, and finally black amethyst eyes staring at you. This is a statue in the likeness of your god, formed out of the pure crystal of time being spent in this underground power. And you start to see two dominoes forming on the table. As you hear a voice say, "Ah, my dear Zuak," with a silent K.
Nobody knows what it is. And I'm gonna set up my little teapot, and I'm gonna like hand over one to him. Start like brewing up a little tea.
Perhaps a conversation is in order.
I assume so. I'm sorry, I was ill prepared. I didn't bring any pastries.
Fear not. And he puts his hand on the table. You hear the statue scraping unnaturally against its body. This is not an avatar of your god. This is a statue that he is possessing. And there's some deep part of you that knows, somewhere in the planet, in the world of Orlea, if you were to look for it, you would be able to find this statue in whatever form you leave it in. The unnatural creaking as he presses his hand on the table, and you see a feast, a hero's feast, start to form of pastries, mostly pain au chocolat, a little bit of danishes, bear claws, that type of thing. Please, dig in.
I'm gonna help myself a little bit. I knew this conversation was coming at some point. I knew you'd want to speak to me.
I am glad, for you see, this is a monumentous occasion. Did you know, Zuak, that you are one of the first souls to come to me in a very long time? Of its own accord, of course.
You haven't been remembered very well.
Agreed. Which is strange, for I am everywhere.
I'm hoping one day people can start to understand that again.
I have some questions, and then you may return home. What is this crimson dawn you keep asking about?
Well, I thought I had a message from you one night. A riddle of some description. I've been following that lead this whole entire time.
I got that impression, though I'd never sent such riddles.
It didn't come from you?
No. Strange, isn't it? And you see the statue start to grin slightly. The world is a mysterious place.
Well, something else.
Has chosen to send this warning to us.
I don't quite know how to take that information.
Neither do I.
Do you know anything about where it's came from?
I know they used you as a receptacle for this knowledge. Which
Maybe the
is
knowledge-
disconcerting.
Maybe the knowledge is not meant for me. Maybe I have to pass it on to someone else.
I wondered the same thing. I wondered if this message was for me, though I don't yet understand it.
Do you know
There
any
are there are
information?
many things the earth knows. The sun is not one of them.
Do you know? Is it happening?
I believe the timing of your prophecy is probably close at hand. Though who can say? Who can say?
Probably for the best that I came back.
I agree. Though I must say, I was sad to see you go.
I was ready for a little bit of a rest, but not yet. I'll be with you soon, though.
He reaches out a hand and touches your now granite skin, and you start to see cracks form in the skin, and you feel the power of your god coursing through you. Gain inspiration for the next day.
I'll take that. Thank you.
I will be leaving soon, but I do have another question. Your friends, they are eccentric, and you have a task that may require some eccentricities. Do you believe that what you are doing to rescue this kingdom is correct?
I believe it's the right thing to do, but I don't think it's correct.
What would you say is your best path forward?
I'm trying to find that. But if I can at least bring somewhere where people can be helped, that's my main priority. And I can't do that without a city. The rest will come in time.
You see the statue start to nod very slowly. I would like to bestow upon you a gift. This is a lot of responsibility, should you accept it, so I will explain it before so. There are people in this world that have been chosen to protect not just its people, not just its nature, but the concept itself of life. I have been choosing people for this task. There are very few, but those who succeed earn this. And he holds out his hand, and you see in the centre gloves start to form, and on the palm of one of the hands is a red ruby. Should you choose to accept it, you will officially become not just a follower, but a prophet.
it's a lot of responsibility.
It is indeed.
I have always spoken highly of you, my liege. It would be an honour to continue to do so.
As you say, it would be an honour to continue to do so. The gloves dematerialise and rematerialise on your hands. You can feel the awkwardness of having a ruby in the centre of your palm, and as you start to think how awkward that is, you see the ruby start to move. Where do you think you would like it? On the gloves.
I would love for the ruby to be on the flip side, so the top face of my hands.
As soon as you start to think that, the ruby moves to there.
What responsibilities am I required for?
I will send you a teacher. Someone wise. You will know him when you see him by the colour of his gloves.
Will he be like mine?
They will be much fuller.
Thank you, son.
And as you say thank you, the dream fades. And you complete your long rest. Now, hello to our new players.
Hello there.
Lol.
You guys came in at
First
a
of all,
wonderful
I really need to point out. that when you say pain au chocolat, you should be saying chocolatine. That's very important.
No, because remember we're not French, so it's bread with chocolate. We call it bread with chocolate.
So you're morons.
It's not my fault that that's the
Toulousain,
name of the food
right.
in Scottish.
I couldn't.
You're telling him
I
how to
could
write
not.
his fictional chocolate bread.
I'm not French. I am Toulousain, and I could not, in all good conscience, let you just say that. But I didn't want to interrupt. So
You also
there's
find
that.
croissants.
Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Morning.
Is Jen here? Her icon's here.
Yeah.
Wonderful. I was just saying hello
Yeah.
to everybody. Making sure everybody's mics work and whatnot.
I think I'd muted myself.
Yes, you had.
Like, with
So had
intent. I meant to undo it, but I didn't.
So yes, as this dream fades, Zuak, you finish your long rest, but we are going to rewind ever so slightly, for there are some other visions to be bestowed tonight.
Ooh.
Who would like to go first out of Stan, Lubnub, and Nilathria?
Oh, not Torek, eh?
Well, it's because you're French.
Yeah, probably.
We're going to
No,
get a
he
vision,
just
then you
hears-
told
he
him how to
just
say
hears
bread.
chocolate repeating in his head over and over.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Torek has a dream, and it's actually not a dream. It's just one of
the next morning.
it's just one of his very British rats going pan o chocolate in his ear.
In your apocalypse.
Yeah, Timothy Chalamet appears to you and chases you through the sewers, screaming chocolate pocolate.
Chocolate.
like Pennywise the clown just dancing through the sewers.
Yeah.
That's
Excellent.
horrendous.
So enjoy that night terror, everyone who loves Timothy Chalamet.
Thanks. Yeah, this is great. Thanks.
So who would like to go
See you.
first out of Stan, Lubnub, and Nilathria for their vision?
I really want to see what Stan's got fucking cooking.
Oh god.
You've been volunteered, Staniel. Do you accept the gauntlet?
P.
Might as well.
As you lay down to rest, where are you sleeping this evening?
I went back to my barracks, man. I had a near-death experience. I want to be surrounded in home.
As you head back to the barracks and drift off to sleep, finally, after your incredibly difficult day, you have a very different vision. In your vision, you are standing in a black abyss, looking at a bright paradise.
Oh,
And you see in front of you a fully demonic version of yourself. You see, like you were in the fight, wreathed in flame, but this one, the horns are even bigger. The teeth are elongating, almost saber-tooth out of the mouth. You can see the blood dripping from their eyes, and they are burning like coals. You can see that the robe itself is made of screaming, tortured faces, and they are holding a singular sickle made of pure black iron.
oh God.
Hiya, Stan. Nice to see you today.
You know, I wish I could say the same if you'd.
Oh, come
Hate the wrench.
on. You've been listening to me a lot lately.
Listening is a harsh word.
Listening, compelled to, same thing, isn't it, really?
Not really. That's coercion.
I don't know what rulebook you've been using. I've got my own. And he holds up a blank page, and on it says, I can do what I want.
Oh, you got me there.
See, when you use this rulebook, the world is your oyster, Stan. You could use this rulebook a lot more if you wanted to. And from the distance you hear muffled, don't listen to him. Don't talk to this one. Don't stop it. Stop talking to this. And you hear,
Who's
don't
that?
listen.
Who's
Don't
that one?
ignore that. Ignore whatever's happening over there. Don't listen. So about
Oh, no,
our
it looks like
deal.
paradise over there.
Don't listen to him. So about our deal. I was
I
thinking.
don't know.
Don't do whatever he says. Whatever he says, he's wrong. I was thinking that you could give up one of your sickles if you really wanted to. Not that. Don't do that. Definitely don't do that one.
I could give up one of them, huh?
The white one.
Hmm.
Think of the power, Stan. Come on.
That's, I don't know, from my experiences, you haven't been dealing a lot of damage to people.
I could deal damage to people if that's what you need to convince you.
Well, it's not only about that.
Oh, what's it about
Yeah, I
then?
was
Come
kinda-
on.
I kind of
Come on.
want to murder a lot of people. Not really in my to-do bucket list.
Well, that's ridiculous. All you've been doing is killing people lately.
Not all
You're gonna go
I've
fight
been
Sebastian later today. Don't lie to me, Stan. Come on. Killing him must have crossed your mind at least once.
doing. Can't kill him. There's gonna be children there as
He's
well.
a good man. Don't scare those poor kids. He's a good man, Stan. Come on.
Not gonna kill this kid's random voice.
Come
when I haven't met
on.
in paradise. I'm not killing kids, Sickle. God damn.
I mean, you know. You say that, and then he gives you a big wink. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. No, don't
No,
worry about
I
it.
don't-
I get the message,
I
Stan.
don't-
Don't worry about it.
I don't. I
Yeah,
don't
we're not
think you get
gonna discuss it in front of this one, but no, I get the message,
I
Stan.
don't
Don't
think-
worry about it.
I
I
don't
tell you
think
what,
you pick
when
up
you
on
wake
it.
up, you'll know. You'll know what to do. Don't worry about it, Stan. I've took care of all the details.
That's what
We've got a new deal
the other
struck.
guy-
We've got a new deal struck. All you have to do is accept it. I've took care of everything. So, what do you say, big guy? You want to wake up?
Can I read the contract?
He holds up the piece of paper again.
Mm. That's gonna be a hard no, I'm afraid.
Very
I'm
well.
gonna have
We can
to
stay here
keep
for a
the other
while.
guy.
Don't worry about that. We'll keep talking till we've got a new deal hammered out. And he changes it slightly to say we could do what we want.
Mm. That's a bit better. Can you change it to Stan can do what Stan wants?
He changes it to Stan can do what I want.
Mm. Your name? What's your name again, random stranger?
Oh, come on, Stan. You know my name.
I don't know. I was pretty young when I made the deal.
I'm Devil Stan.
Oh, Devil Stan, I see. I see. Neither of us are very creative with that name.
Nah, we
Who's that
don't need
muffled
creativity. Who's that muffled? Don't worry about that muffled. Don't listen to it. I'm Angel Stan. Don't listen to this one. Don't stop it. Stop talking to this creature. No. Don't listen to Angel Stan. This is what. Listen, come on. We're cool, right? You're a cool guy. You don't really want to be a nerd, do you? Look at that guy. And then off in the distance, he pulls out a giant cartoonish magnifying glass, and in the distance you see, very similar to what you were when you started squiring, you see a young, innocent Stan with the gleam in his eye of, I could be a hero one day. You see he is maybe 12, 13, probably just learning how to swing the sword. Now, you've let me grow rather a lot in the last couple days. You've not really been paying attention to the good side, so let's be honest here. We know the power dynamic's shifting. You don't want to be a knight, do you, Stan? Really? Deep down you want to be told what to do for the rest of your life?
Deep down, I do want to be a hero, though.
Ah, but you don't need to be good to be heroic. There are bad heroes out there, Stan. Think of it, all you have to do is kill the right people at the right time.
I suppose that is all that heroes do, but...
You don't need to be a hero, Stan. You could be an adventurer.
I don't know, there's a lot of adventurers that are wanted in places. I don't think all of them are good.
Listen, if it's wrong to rock up to a brand new town, fully destabilise the economy by spending a shitload of gold, killing the mayor, fucking off because you didn't like him, is that such a bad thing? That can't be illegal.
Yeah, it sounds pretty bad. That sounds like it would hurt the people.
You're not listening to this, Stan. The mayor was slightly rude to you over dinner. So you see, you had to kill him. You know what I'm saying? That's how adventuring goes. So I'll tell you what. If you want to wake up right here, right now, you can get rid of that light sword. And you're starting to not hear the muffled voice as much as the Stan in front of you begins to grow.
I just grab the giant cartoon magnifying glass and just look at the angel guy and go, where's he going? Why is he going away?
I know you, Stan. You're a little tempted by my offer. Don't lie to me.
Most people would be a little tempted. That doesn't mean I need to take it. Where is he going?
I'm sending him away for a while.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. I want to be a hero. That guy seems...
You want to be a hero?
Well, he seems a bit heroic.
You want to be a hero? I can make that happen. And he holds out his hand.
I don't know. We've heard a lot of stories about people making bad contracts with devils lately.
How can this be a bad contract? It's ironclad. And he holds it up and it's we can do whatever we want.
Oh, you changed it back. It's no longer we can do whatever, or Stan can do whatever you want.
What a partnership, Stan. This is a bit of give and take here. Think of it. You and me, all your friends. We don't have to be a knight, Stan. We don't have to be told what to do for the rest of our life. The kings are dead. If you save them, do you really want to go back to serving them? Do you really want to clean Yzma's house one more weekend? Is that really what you want to do? You don't even want to be a hero, Stan. You wanted to be a chef. I remember your dreams.
Part of being a chef is being a hero.
Exactly.
You're serving people in their darkest moments.
Exactly. Now let me ask you this. Can a 12-year-old cook? I'm not 12. Can a 12-year-old cook, Stan? Listen to me. Listen to the logic in that statement. Again, I'm not 12.
I've seen some 12-year-olds cook some pretty mean dishes. I could cook when I was 12.
Yeah, but you're better now, though, right?
I'll admit that I am better at cooking now.
Think
You
of
know
it.
what? Let me talk to that guy another night, and then I'll get back to you on this deal.
Ha ha ha! You're a long way from talking to that guy alone.
I can just walk over there, right? I'm just gonna try and walk over.
As you walk, the distance doesn't decrease.
Oh,
It's a metaphor, Stan. You're in the darkness now. You gotta...
oh,
You've been letting me get too much control. Listen, you've been fighting a lot, and that's a dark path. You've been killing a lot, and that's a dark path. When was the last time you done something nice, my guy? Let's not fuck about here. You really want to be on this side of the fence.
oh.
I'll let you get your head straight, though. I'll come back another night. I don't have anything to fear from that one over there. And he very quickly touches your forehead with a demonic claw. And you feel just the scratch and drip of blood, and then you wake up in your barracks. And you realise that the blood is really there.
My goodness. Real little anything fear for that guy. He was 12.
You feel the warmth of the black blade as you think that. So, Nylathria, Lubnub, who would like a vision?
I'm going to SMJ, would rather I go first.
Yes.
Love
Lubnub,
at time.
as you are taking your short rest, what are you doing to have this short rest?
Probably just sitting by the window. He's dragged furniture over to make sure he's got something to put his legs up on, and he's kind of leaning back in the chair.
As you're leaning back in the chair, getting comfortable for your rest, you find yourself nodding off, just for a nap, really, nothing too heavy. And as you nod off, you are standing in emptiness. Not menacing darkness, just emptiness, weightlessness almost, in that way of as if you're floating in a pool of never-ending, clear, room temperature water. But you can breathe perfectly fine. And in the darkness you hear a rumbling. So, what brings you here?
I don't fucking know. Where is here?
Oh, I think you do, friend. How's my mall suiting you?
I think you'll find it's my fucking mall.
Anything less, and I'd have taken it from you. So, Big Lubnub, what was up with the last round of that fight? Thought you had it there. Thought you knew how to hit.
It is no words, but I am looking for whoever this voice is, and I'm wanting to hit them.
I can see it now. Lubnub, the commander. Other people can hit for you, I'm sure. You start to see, as the darkness starts zeroing in on you, you can feel this pressure of attention, and you start to see as if a tear in reality starts to bend open into a window. Through it you can see an older version of yourself in full battle armour, full plate, with a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, and you are resplendent in gold. You can see that as you're walking, someone comes up and kneels in front of you and says, "Where to, my liege?" And you hear in your own voice replying, as you sweep your sword across, you hear, "Over there. No. Go to the next place. Not there. Get to there." And you are expertly commanding an army of mercenaries. This could be a future for you, you know, Lubnub, if you keep missing like that.
Do I have any weapons on me?
You have your maul in your hand.
He will attempt to rage and throw the maul so that the maul, when if it hits or misses the target, returns to my hand in flames.
As you throw the maul, someone says, "No, get down!" and jumps in front of you to protect you from your own maul. The you in the vision, of course. As a guardsman leaps out and protects you from bodily harm. You hear that guard die violently, screaming in pain, as you turn your back from him in the vision. And you hear, "Emperor, that was a close one. Where to next?" And you hear the voice laughing. "No, Lubnub. Think on it. The wealth you could possess. All that money you found. You could take all that back. Don't worry about that.
I do
Think
not
on
stop
it."
throwing this maul until I've killed myself or this other self.
As
I
you
just keep throwing.
as you start to rage and as you start to fight, the vision starts to fade. Perhaps a different path then. What did you envision of your future, if not to be called my lord and command?
I think he's still at a raging anger where words aren't possible. But it sure as shit isn't wearing some pathetic armor, holding a shitty sword, wielding a goddamn shield, and not anywhere near the fighting.
Well, I tell you what, Lubnub, if you don't improve, this is the future I see for you. Wealth and glory as a new king of this kingdom. The next time you fall in battle, believe you me, I will make it fucking happen. And the vision fades. And you wake up from your short rest.
Motherfucker.
And you feel the weight of the maul in your hand. And I am going to add something to your character sheet.
Okay.
I'm going to add your weapon.
I feel bad for the next person who pisses me off now. You guys thought it was bad that he killed 2 people drunk. Wait until you see what he does sober.
There you go. I've added it to your inventory. You can choose to read it aloud. You can choose to do whatever you want with it. But if you don't want to, then we'll move on to the next thing.
I'm certainly not reading that aloud.
As you look at your maul, the only change to it, the only physical change, is that you can see now on one side of the maul, it looks scratched and damaged as if it has been savaged by something absolutely wild. And on the other side, you can see a giant eye.
Got you.
So, Nylathria,
Hello.
what would you like to be doing as you're taking your long rest? You went off to a tavern with possible plans before your vision.
Oh, I think my plans were just, I was hoping that the Archbishop people were there and then they weren't. So I was like, well, the worlds have not aligned, the stars have not aligned, I'm very upset about this, so I'm just going to have a nightcap and go to bed. And I'd positioned a dresser in front of the door and stuff so that I was...
So you book a room in your tavern?
Yes.
Mark off 5 gold for your night's stay and your nightcap.
Okay.
And as you are about to settle down, before you go into sleep, you hear a voice. A very familiar voice. Hello, Nilathria. Did you enjoy my last
evening.
wish?
I don't know if enjoy is the right word, but I was very grateful.
That is always good. And materializing in front of you, you see the very feminine, very incredibly fit form of your patron standing in front of you, with the long blonde hair tied into the thick braids. So, down to your last wish, my dear. Any ideas?
I don't know. I don't really know how it all works. I mean, is it not that and I'm not going to say the word because I don't want you to just trick me, and I'm concerned about that.
Oh,
but is
boo,
it not
you're
with...
no fun.
Yeah, I know. Bummer, but is it not within the realm of question that I use that to, I don't know, let you go from the lamp? Like, is that a thing?
I suppose you could if you wish, although I wouldn't recommend it.
Well, wouldn't you want that?
In a manner of speaking, I am free.
Okay then, I suppose that's fine. I'll keep it for myself.
So, what would myself like to be doing with Her Majesty's
Like,
last
now I'm-
wish?
Listen, I told you I don't really know what I want, and you saw the people I'm keeping cohorts with. I feel like it's going to be necessary at some other time. I assume you've seen what we've been up to.
Oh, yes, I suppose. Your precious companions. Well, I suppose you could
I never
just...
said I was going to save them again. I might save myself.
You could just wish for them to be safe.
No, because I wished for... No. Retract.
Oh, come
That was
on, darling. You're no fun these days. What
No,
happened
because
to
I
that
did that
first wish? That
previously.
reckless abandon binding you to me. I liked that.
Yeah,
That was a good energy.
I know, and you have a lamp and I have a ring,
Darling.
and I'm very safe in my ring.
This is true. This is true. Very well, I suppose I shall leave you to your own thoughts. But think on it carefully. I may not always be available.
She might not always be available.
She takes a step closer. Why?
I don't know, I like your company.
She gives you a friendly hug. As she does, she dematerializes into a puff of blue mist.
No one else is giving me hugs, so...
And you are left alone.
What a lovely chat. Mine seemed so much more wholesome than the rest.
Yeah,
you
just had a friend visiting. She just really she was just trying to push her luck, see if you could get that last wish gone and dusted.
Yeah. And I was like, no, you're my friend. I have you and an alcoholic. That's all I've got.
And last but not least, Torek, what are you doing for your long rest?
For my long rest, I think Torek has. Where did we leave it again last time? It was just Nyla went to the
pub, and then you were all settling down for a long rest. I believe the majority of you was in Ariadne's house, and she has offered you
and I was gonna.
She's offered you a permanent room that's yours if you would like it.
Oh, like a permanent room. Like Torek could not live in the sewers anymore.
Like a guest plus. If that makes sense. Okay. Like, any time you would like to sleep there, it's made up, but it's not somewhere that you will own. If that makes sense.
Yes. I think Torek is absolutely like what happened during at the end of the fight has brought back a lot of bad memories for him, and I think the aftermath of it, he was just like, okay, oh god, okay, everyone's safe now. That's not too bad. But then, as soon as things have calmed down, everything's hit him at once, and I think he probably does just blink out of the manor and go to his sewer.
Yeah.
And just like kind of curls up in a corner, muttering to himself and yeah, just surrounded by rats, petting a few now and then, but just glaring around panicked and just yeah.
As you're glaring around panicked, you fall into a very anxiety-ridden sleep.
Wait, is this me gonna have a first? No. Yes, just sleep, right? I'm not gonna get a dream. I don't need a dream.
I didn't say that.
You're like they're salted with croissants.
Oh my god! Oh,
Yeah.
it's Timothy! Timothy, no!
Oh god, it's Timothy
Die!
Chalamet. As you're sleeping, you hear just a slight, just almost
Oh my god!
almost ignorable, a sound of something moving nearby that sort of just rouses you from the edge of sleep.
Yeah. I'm like fully gonna wake up then and not move a muscle, but let me double check something. Would my the big secret's out now. Would my shifter form, would I see...
I will say, the big secret is not out. The party has incorrectly guessed what you are. Just as a note.
Well, that's hilarious then.
What did we guess?
You didn't guess anything. It's all good. Okay,
I think Matt and Kieran both had a suggestion as to what it was.
Wait, what did you guys guess?
I didn't guess anything because Lubnub doesn't give a fuck.
There we go.
Okay.
Let me double check. Hey, I can see in the dark anyways.
Yes, you do.
No,
You have dark
Diesel.
vision.
I
believe you do have dark vision.
I am gonna just... Oh, I don't have my dice. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to use this horrible thing. Yes, I want to perceive.
Give me a perception check.
So not passive. Where is it? Perception. There it is. Fuck off! Jesus Christ! Immediately, first roll is a 1, so that's a 7. 7 total.
You hear something, and as you start to move around, you realise you've accidentally made just enough noise that if someone was there, they would have stopped moving.
Okay. Oh, is that Mochi in the back? Sorry.
Yeah, he's there.
Oh, buddy, I missed you. Sorry. Can I... I haven't had my long rest yet. Did
No.
I use...
I believe you've used all your third and all your second. But I believe you just unlocked your fourth.
Where... Oh my god, I don't have speak with animals?
No.
That's very upsetting for once.
You geared for combat last session.
Okay, hear me out. Can I speak with plants to any moss around or something?
Sure. Yeah, there's definitely moss and grime and algae. Lots of algae in the sewer.
I still have...
Not the pretty types of plants you would find above, but plants.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. I will cast Speak with Plants if that is possible. I think I had a 3rd level left. It was the fourth level that I kept for the resurrection.
No, I believe you didn't unlock
surviving.
fourth until after the fight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Animate dead, healing word, revivify. Oh yeah, maybe I don't have it then.
Yeah. You have a fourth level. You can burn your fourth level to do it.
I'll do that, yeah, then.
As you go to cast, you realise you don't have any spell components or focus.
Do you need that for the fuck?
You need that for everything. And as you look down, you realise you don't have any of your equipment.
Oh. Okay, well, Torek is going to go into full panic about this. Full panic, which implies even more hiding, to be honest. Just like... I'm in darkness, right? Mostly.
Yeah, it's almost pitch black down here.
Yeah, almost pitch black.
Yeah, oddly enough, the city doesn't light the sewers.
Assholes. Let me see if I have... And I wouldn't have potions then. I don't have anything.
You don't have anything on you.
Why are you doing this to me? Okay.
As you're panicking and looking around and feeling pouches and pockets, you hear a voice. Torek.
Do I hear where it's coming from?
Down where you heard the noise from.
Which was kind of nowhere.
Torek.
This is my area. I know it very well. So I'm gonna start going to... No, do you know what? Yeah, to the nearest, where there would be the nearest light, like exit type of...
As you start walking, you make your regular twists and turns, hiding, sticking close to the shadow, being cautious, being careful. And where you were expecting to find light, to find exit, to find nice fresh air to breathe, you find only a dead end. And you find one singular light shining down like a spotlight, a dim, flickering spotlight over the corpse of a young child that sits up and says, "Why has this happened?" And then you wake up from a start. And you pat round. You've got all your stuff. It's just a dream. You've got everything. It's okay. What do you do?
Fucking... I think... Genuinely what Torek would do is start heading towards the church.
As you wake up and start heading towards the church, one of your rats comes scurrying up to you.
Hello, my darling.
This is the older rat, the one whose voice everybody loves.
Yes,
and
the
he
one who's
says,
becoming more.
Torek, beware.
Yes.
Beware.
Beware what? The rats are becoming more? I know that, buddy. You told me.
She's
no,
coming.
I don't say that.
She's coming now. Beware. And then, through the darkness, you see the skipping, zombified form of your old daughter. And she's moving in the fast, jittery way of a horror creature in fast motion, as if it's stop motion clay, and she rushes towards you screeching and howling and grabs onto your face and starts staring into your soul and says, "Make them pay." And then you wake up for the third time.
Well, same action as before. Start heading to the church.
You head to the church. It's about 12 o'clock in the afternoon at this point. You didn't quite get all the way through your long rest, but you rested for like 7 hours odd. I'll say you can take all your spell slots, but you're feeling quite groggy. You can gain all your health and spell slots, but you're not feeling great about your night's sleep.
Cool.
You get up to the surface, broad daylight, people moving around, guards are going about their regular stuff. Seems to be that you're awake. So, now that everybody's awake for their wonderful day of this bright sunshine, what does the party do?
That's the first dream I've had. Because Tiso's never had one.
Yeah.
And that's the first one Torik's ever had. You horrible, fucking horrid person.
So, what's the party doing with their fun day? You've got all this gold to spend.
Torik's heading to the church.
Yeah, but what's everybody else doing? You all wake up at the same time.
I also am going to be heading to the church for, I assume, a different reason.
I
Probably,
suspect so. Anyone else heading to the church before I resolve church people's things?
Probably
Give me a
Sebastian
second, because
then.
I need to... Well, no, don't give me a second. You guys do you.
Well, I can give you a second and we'll go on to something else before the church if you'd like.
Yeah, all I mean is that I need to prepare my spells.
Excellent. We'll give them a little minute or so. So, Lubnub, Zuak, you both wake up in Ariadne's house. Lubnub, you've been awake for a good while. Ariadne got up and she's sort of pottering about the house. You can see she is attempting to make breakfast. She's having scrambled eggs with lots of shell and some toast that is kind of just burnt bread. Hello, Lubnub. How are you? Gosh, you look happy.
Do I?
No, Lubnub, that's sarcasm. I'm sorry. Would you like breakfast? And she offers you a slice of burnt bread.
Thank you. And Lubnub eats it, no problem.
Yeah. I suspect you and Ariadne would eat Ariadne's food not by virtue of it being nice, but by virtue of it's edible.
Yeah, for Lubnub it's edible.
Well, burnt toast isn't so bad, and you can pick shell out of scrambled egg, which she does seem to be trying to do. So what's the plan for today? I know your companion upstairs is still sleeping. I haven't seen Torik or Stan or Nilathria for a while.
Don't know about Torik. Don't know about Nilathria. Stan's gonna go fight a knight.
Oh, interesting. A duel or just criminal?
Probably a duel.
Fabulous.
Apparently we're meant to be doing an interrogation at some point.
Oh, that sounds
Kind of
fun.
shrugs.
Very well. And she pours you a pint of ale, and she's also going to join you for a breakfast ale.
Yeah, quite happy with that.
A couple hours later, Zuak, you wake up and you come downstairs to find Ariadne has drank only one pint, and you can see the remnants of almost half an egg worth of eggshells on a plate that looks as if she has eaten around it. You suspect maybe she's had boiled eggs or something.
I was like, boiled eggs. I quite like boiled eggs.
Scrambled. And she looks a little unhappy.
Well, I mean, are you gonna eat those? And I'm just
No, of course. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
It's good to get your calcium in.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, with the beak and all, it's probably got lots of extra room for calcium in the shell.
Yeah, does anyone know where the rest of our companions are? I've got a lot of information. I spoke to my god last night.
Stan's gonna go fight a knight.
That's a very mild way to put dying.
I did that, but he came to me in a dream as well.
Ah, okay, yes, I suppose, yeah. Well,
I did die though.
I hope your
And
dreams were better than mine were when I had a patron.
Did you have any dreams last night?
No, I slept fine. Yeah, I had a really good night.
You must have scared off your patron then.
Well, I'm not sure you scared it off so much as killed it. It's probably just still recovering. You know, demons tend to take a while to reconstitute. The powerful ones can do it in a week or so, but the lesser ones, maybe we'll get lucky and it'll be 6 months to a year. Hell, could be a lifetime for all I know. Although I am half-elven, probably not my lifetime. We'll see.
We'll see how it goes. You could live a long time.
Yeah, but I could also not. That's kind of the problem with half-elves. I could be 75 or a couple thousand centuries.
In today's current economy and the way things are going.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I suppose at war. Shit, I should check on Dad, and she runs off.
Lubnub, I have a lot of information that we need to get to the others. Would we like to go find Stan, or...
Stan will be the castle fight tonight.
Well, I mean, we can go watch a fight if you want.
Watching a fight is not as good as being in a fight.
You could get involved.
And then it kind of clicks on Lubnub's head. Oh yeah, he did ask me to stop him from killing the knight. I'll down the rest of my ale and kind of get up.
And we're going to head off to the castle to go see Stan fight.
Yeah, takes you an hour or so to get over there, just leisurely walking. Stan, where do they find you? I presume you are up and about and getting ready for your duel. You're 100% muted. 100% muted.
Great Google McGlay, I forgot. Well, not 100%, probably about 40% muted, but...
No, couldn't hear you.
I'm gonna be getting my armor back on. I'm gonna make a decision of... Alright, I'm gonna use a shield, and I'm only gonna use the white sickle.
As you put your shield up, what are you doing with your black sickle? You put your shield on, no issues, you can hold a shield, that's never an issue.
I'd go to leave it on my side and go, no wait, that burns. I'm just going to look for different places, and eventually I'm just going to settle for stabbing it into the back of my shield.
In what way?
Well, the shield's this way.
Yeah.
Turn like that, I'm going to turn around like that, and just stab it in there, so it curves around my arm.
Alright, almost so like a very risky handguard. Yeah. I think there's a big part of Stan that when you hold out the shield, you are presented with a huge shape that might stab clean into you as soon as you... Like, if you use a shield and you have something pointed this way, and if it does that, you're going to get stabbed through the face. And I think there's a big part of you that realises, hang on a minute, the blade would 100% not stop itself from doing that and would probably encourage it.
That's true. Well, I'd go to the other side and go no, fly towards Sebastian. I'm just going to take my bedcloth, wrap it in that, and then tie it to my back.
Excellent. So you take your bedcloth, you tie it to your back, you've got your shield on, you're holding your white sickle, you leave the room, and as you're holding both these items, your white sickle turns black.
Oh.
No.
Oh. Alright, you're quite persistent. No shield today. Just gonna put the shield back down, get out the white sickle for the bed, and just be like, I'll try and use you. I'll try and use you a bit more today. I feel bad for leaving you out.
You feel a warmth from your white sickle, a warm comfort instead of a searing pain. And at that point, you walk around the corner and you see Lubnub and Zuak walking in through the castle gate.
Oh, my friends!
You are greeted to the sight of Stan, sickles out, waving aggressively, still holding one sickle.
Is he waving because he's already killed the guy and he's panicking? Or is he just happy to see us?
Do you want to make me an insight check?
I was kind of saying that to my co-conspirator, but he is muted.
Yeah, I think your co-conspirator might have went to go get a drink or something.
Oh, forgot. So to absolutely ruin Torik's day, I've rolled a nat 20 on my insight.
Oh.
Nat 20, you get the sense that Stan is incredibly happy to see you. From your insight, you also see that this man did not sleep well last night. Much the same that you are not very well rested. You see a lot of those signs in Stan.
Oh, yeah, and I'm bleeding from my forehead.
And he is bleeding from his forehead. And as you get closer, you don't have your helmet on, do you, Stan?
I do not have my helmet on.
You can see a pentagram carved in blood on his forehead.
Oh, that's not a good thing.
No, that's not great.
This seems a
No.
bit extreme. But I respect it.
Respect what? What's extreme?
The self-tattoo you've gave yourself at some point. And that point
I
his
don't have
forehead.
any tattoos.
Yeah, you've just shape on your forehead.
As you feel the raised skin in that pattern.
Oh, that's really not good. Wait a minute. I'm gonna try my very best and hope it works. I'm saying that like I'm gonna cast Alter Self to try and get rid of it.
Do not burn a spell slot. It does not work.
It's alright, it would not have burned a spell slot anyway.
You get the sense that the powers that gave you that symbol want it shown.
Oh, I'm gonna go get my helmet. Oh, that's embarrassing. I'm gonna walk back and get my helmet.
Why is everyone around me a disaster today? Except for you, and I kind of nudge Zoax.
Ariadne was doing great. She had breakfast. She only had 1 pint. That's great
The
for her.
alcoholic was doing great.
She
Yeah,
burnt her toast and she had egg and her
But
egg and her scrambled egg.
she
That
can't.
counts as
Everyone has
doing
to
great.
stop
She can't
me
cook
a
for shit, but she's sober-ish.
I mean, I love Nub's confident he could have made that scrambled egg without the eggshell.
Oh yeah, Lubnub knows how to make at the very least, edible eggs.
Yeah, you would have ate the eggshell before it fell in.
To be fair, he could have just ate the egg without having to scramble it at this point.
That's very
Yeah.
true. So, as you are all gathered together, Stan, you know that your duel is about 1 o'clock. It's about 12 now.
Okay. I might as well go talk to Sebastian and talk about the rules of the duel.
So are we going to have a word for when you're like, okay, I'm going to kill this guy, stop me?
There might not be a word. If I swing with my black sickle, just assume that it won and tackle me to the ground.
If you at all attack with your black sickle, I have to tackle you to the ground.
Yes.
Yes.
Works for me. And I probably go back to eating something I've found in the barracks.
You're eating a chair.
No, you've got just like half a loaf of bread that was just sitting there.
Got half a lot of bread, and I'm just eating like chunks out of it.
Lots of carbs for Lubnub today. Bread, beer, more
whatever's
bread.
available.
Oh.
Eggs. Protein.
No, Lubnub didn't get offered eggs.
Oh.
Lubnub got offered burnt toast and beer. So, as you head on forward to go find Sebastian, you find him on the training field, resplendent in his full armour, no helmet on because the golden locks are flowing. He's got his sword and shield, his patented. He's got a sword that is, it's like white steel with opals in the handle, and the shield is like embossed with silver, and he is just like, "Haha, Staniel! How are we this fine morning?"
You know, I had a bad dream, had a bit of a rough night. Better question, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. It's very nice to hear your concern.
Have you been feeling any muscle fatigue since last night?
No? Well, bar the ordinary. I wake up every morning, I do a 10-mile run, and then I do my 100 press-ups, 100 sit-ups, a 10-minute plank, and then I hit the gym, and then I train from noon till sundown. So I felt the regular amount of muscle pain.
Okay, good. Just double checking we didn't seriously ruin your life last night. That would have been relatively bad. That would have been really bad, actually.
No, I didn't even see you. I dread to think what you could have been up to.
Good. So
It's not particularly good, if I'm honest with you. It's a concerning statement to open up with.
Well, it was a concerning time last night.
What did you go up to last night? I'm sorry you didn't sleep particularly well. Is there... What happened?
We killed a demon.
Ah, well, congratulations. What do you mean, the demon? He looks back at you.
Take a hint, man. I'm just gonna walk over to him, whisper in his ear. You're one.
I'm pretty sure you didn't.
Is there a separate one that also looks like a meatball? Because we killed that one.
Wait, you just killed a Cybrex and thought, that's my friend. Why were you killing it? Did you really... Is this how you thought you would win your duel, is re-cripple me? This seems harsh.
No, I kind of really hoped it would leave you alone. We were doing it for someone else, and I thought,
yeah, no,
oh my god, that girl's bastions, I could be a hero for her.
I would be truly miraculous if you found my demon.
Don't worry, we'll do it one day, buddy. I'm just gonna stand back and go,
please don't leave my demon alone. No. Me and my demon have an arrangement. We're fine.
We got you, buddy. Wink.
Yeah, no wink. Don't cripple me.
I'll pick up what you're putting down, don't worry.
Don't cripple me. You feel your black sickle glow in happiness.
Oh, that was the bad thing to do, huh?
You're really serious with this loaf of bread like it's a Snickers. This is the most boring fight I've ever seen.
I quite agree, Lubnub, and he goes back to his commanding, booming voice rather than conspiratorial. So perhaps we gather the young ones and we give them a good old show on how to do the best dueling they possibly can.
Now, before we do that, we need to set ground rules. Is magic allowed?
Let's say no. Let's say enchanted weapons, yes. And he holds up his weapon. I have a extra sharpness on mine. I presume you've got some sort of fire effect and some sort of ice, perhaps.
You don't need to worry about the fire effect.
Okay, so just ice. That's fine by me. Yeah, I'm happy with enchanted weapons. Let's go to First Blood. Keep it sporting.
Okay. First Blood. I'm okay with that.
Yes, I fear.
Full
Full plate.
Essentially white people sweat.
Full plate.
Well, it's the conditions we would be fighting in.
Exactly, that was my thoughts. I'm happy with my sword if you feel like a shield is too much of an advantage.
Nah, I'll let you have your shield.
Very well. Where's your sword?
I'm not really good with the sword.
You're a knight.
I'd much prefer to use these.
Very well, you can use your sickles. I don't think any of the young ones are training with sickles, but it's I suppose it's interesting to show different fighting defences, I suppose.
Show them the different routes they could go down as their path to a knight.
I suppose so. So, and he claps his hands, and he starts, as soon as he starts calling for attention, pretty much everyone in the yard that's training from the age of 8 to 16 all immediately turns to him, and they all start gathering round, and they form what is essentially just a dueling circle around you. You've got about 30 feet radius to work with, so plenty of space. But there's a good maybe 50, 60 kids watching you. So, Sir Staniel, soon to be, I hope. And he gives you a little nod.
Let's hope.
To demonstrate proper dueling etiquette, and he starts a little ramble at the beginning of his thing, just addressing all of the kids. Traditionally speaking, should this be a official duel, we would start by offering one another a gauntlet slap or a gauntlet trade. Now, as we've already agreed to the duel, you can assume that this would have happened maybe a day before, and then we are meeting at the agreed upon time for our gentleman's arrangement. Although, in certain situations, it might be more appropriate to do a glove slap instead of a gauntlet. We shall see where the day takes us. For now, we can assume that we've agreed to the terms of duel, and the agreed upon terms are to first blood. So, shall we begin? And he gets his sword and shield out, ready to go.
I'm going to pull out both my sickles, but have the black one be in like an underhanded, so it's really difficult to use, but still usable for defense. Ready as ever.
You're using it reverse grip.
I'm reverse gripping it, so it's essentially useless.
So the point is pointing directly at your elbow.
Yes.
Right. Just to be sure.
I'm just holding it up so it instead comes out like that.
Yeah.
That.
Oh, so the curve.
Yeah, I'm trying my very best
Excellent.
to hold it away from my forearm.
No problem.
There's armor on my arm anyway.
Sure, that'll probably stop your demonic blade.
Probably.
I need you to roll initiative to see who goes first in this performance-based duel. So you'll be using your charisma modifier to make performance checks rather than actual fighting, unless you would like to fully attack him immediately.
I would not. That's using charisma instead as a 14. Never mind, that's an 11 to initiative. I forgot how that works.
Yeah, initiative first.
Whoopsie daisies.
You get to go first.
Oh, nice.
So, what would you like to do?
I like to start things off by, of course, doing the most reasonable thing and immediately closing the difference. Closing the distance, if I could talk.
Yeah, you rush forward. Give me a charisma performance check.
Okay. 19.
19. You rush in and you start pressing Sebastian. You're aiming for shield and for sword to give that fighting, but also this is teaching how to defend. So you're letting Sebastian block your aggressive attacks for now, knowing that of course you could try and draw blood immediately, but that wouldn't really be a teachable moment for your poor young squires that would just watch you absolutely savage him if you wanted to.
No, I wouldn't do that. I'm too good.
He's gonna reply with a 21. So you watch as Sebastian expertly flourishes, and he's almost using his sword like a rapier, and that he is sort of twirling more than slashing, even though it's definitely a slashing weapon. He's twirling and knocking your blades out the way, and he's dancing round you, and he's saying, "So, to everyone interested, this is your classic start to a duel. Someone, probably the aggressor, has rushed in, and all the while he's blocking all your attacks. The aggressor has rushed in, lots of anger, lots of hatred towards the individual, excellently portrayed by my good friend Stan, and he is aggressively attacking. So what I'm doing is I'm focusing on defense to make sure that him and his heavy armor with these two weapons, he's getting more tired. I'm trying to stay focused, and you watch as he starts leading you by guiding the sword and sort of pushing you so that you realise you're walking in a wide circle round him while he's basically standing in a very small circle. And he's saying, see how he's walking a much greater distance in all that plate, even though young Staniel is incredibly fit and happy to be doing so. Regular individuals are most likely not that comfortable being in full plate. It's going to take its toll if he spends minutes upon minutes just walking in circles trying to get at me. Give me a performance check, Stan.
Punch him in the mouth, Stan.
Unless, of course, you would like to make an attack.
That's another 19 to performance.
19. What would you like to say to the crowd, if anything?
Sebastian's still doing his fencing rapier, isn't he?
Yes, he's still trying to make you work in big circles.
I'd like to use the curves of my sickles to drag his sword and shield a little bit out of the way, but so that he still has enough time to physically dodge the attacks. So I'm moving the shield so I can get a closer swing.
Nice. And are you addressing the crowd at all, or are you just pressing Sebastian harder?
I will indeed be addressing the crowd. Of course I would. Now, young squires, with curved weapons like these, they're much more focused on misdirecting your opponent's weapons, making them distrust and disable to use their own weapons. As you can see, I'm curving my weapon around Sebastian's shield and sword so that I can get a closer attack without their defense in the way. That is why I prefer these, and as it inspires, and hopefully Knight, you too will find your weapons that you are most proficient in.
I'm going to make a check for Sebastian. Not bad. 18, so slightly less impressively. As you're dragging his shield away, you watch as for the first time he does a real lean back to dodge one of your blades. You watch as you were taking a swing just as he was about to step forward, and he doubles back and that, okay, and he's like, yeah, and as you can see, it's a very effective technique to prove to someone where they shouldn't be stepping is to keep the blade at random intervals. So the chaotic attack pattern of keeping the people off their feet can be incredibly useful. Although, I will say, as he's still walking round and round, those attacks are going to get sloppier and sloppier and tougher, and eventually he's either going to drop or make a mistake, as opposed to someone in a much more defensible position. That's the benefit of a shield. I don't need to be making these wild attacks because I can hide behind my shield and my plate and make sure that I'm scraping these blows away. Even though I'm being hit, I'm not taking damage. What do you want to do, Stan?
I have an idea.
What's your idea?
I've got a roll I'm gonna plan to show that really anything can be a weapon if you use in the right hands.
Okay.
I want to pull out my water skin and splash Sebastian in the eyes.
Give me a performance check with advantage.
I thought about throwing some dirt in his eyes and I thought it'd be much better. 21.
21. As you are swinging, you realise your water skin is on your hip, where it usually is. You keep it for easy access for when you're out in these hot days, and you just smack the hilt of your sword into the water skin, and a huge gut of water just splashes all over Sebastian in his eyes, and he reels away, and you nick him clean across the forehead. Just the tiniest draw of blood. Make me a wisdom check to see which sickle lands the blow.
No, I was specifically making sure I wasn't attacking with the black, otherwise Hobnob would have tackled me.
I will say, because of that, you're right, have advantage.
Oh god, no. The sickle just saw that and was like, yeah, that's a good opportunity, I'm going to do that. Advantage, that's a dirty 20.
With a dirty 20, you feel the black one start to move, and you slash wildly with the white and jump back yourself. Luckily, Sebastian is making a swing with his sword, so you kind of disguise that moment in itself of, oh, I was dodging his blade and making the swing, and you just nick just an eyebrow, and you see that Sebastian has now got this tiny nick in the eyebrow, and he says, Bravo! This is exactly what we're talking about. You never know what's going to happen in a fight. You got to be prepared. Now, I wasn't thinking of doing any kind of water bending tricks, but since we said no magic, and that was certainly not a magical maneuver, that definitely fits within the rule of the duels. I didn't ask him to take that off, and that is a lesson in pre-planning. So, and he bows low. I admit defeat, good sir.
Question. I'm gonna walk up to you. Don't go about to me. Put her there, pal, with a handshake after putting away my sickles.
You put your sickles away, no problem. You reach out your hand, and Sebastian stands up from his bow, takes your hand, and says, and that is the proper way to both concede and also to accept the defeat of someone that you've bested in combat. And he claps you brotherly on the shoulder and pulls you in for a sort of hug.
Yeah, I hug him back. He's an asshole, but he's still an asshole. He's an asshole. Okay.
And then immediately he starts saying to the other people, like to the other like squire children, essentially, just goes on this long speech about dueling etiquette and how to be polite and how to make sure that you're upstanding to your vows and how to make sure that once you've taken your vows you're representative of the king, and to make sure that you are like basically upstanding to the point of, hey, I beat you but I'm not going to be an ass about it, or hey, I lost and fair play, we agreed upon it, that is correct. And he turns to you at the end and says, anything to add, Staniel?
And remember, if you're going to try and practice this, use not sharpened weapons or wooden ones. I don't want to see random squires attacking each other with sharpened weapons. I've saw it before, please don't do it.
Unless it's a duel, Sebastian says.
Make sure you're properly safe while it's thrown.
Yes, and I don't want to see anyone under the age of 16 dueling to the death. That's not what we're doing here.
Yeah, we don't want to lose any more young squires.
He turns to you sort of perplexed. I don't think we've lost any young squires as of late. Sorry, you're right. Yeah, there was that incident with... yeah, no, you're right. Yeah. Nasty business.
Oh, I heard they went to the apothecary. Oh.
Yeah, no, they went to the apothecary. Infection. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Died of their wounds.
Wasn't it?
Actually, it was just improper care. All the sweat and the armour, they didn't bother cleaning it out properly, which in and of itself, and he starts like giving another lecture on, if you get cut, clean it.
Yeah.
So, what would you like to do with the rest of your day, guys? Or are we cutting to church crew?
Church crew.
Excellent. Church crew. Are we
Church
ready
crew
for
has
church
a
crew?
question.
What's your question?
Church. Does for things like, for example, hold or locate creature, when it's creature, does that
Creature is
it can't be humanoid?
any sentient animal.
Animal?
So
like
humans are classed as animals. So are elves. Or like anything like, essentially, if it's living and has enough sentience about it to listen to commands, then that will work.
Perfect.
The only difference is that it must be a living creature, so it wouldn't work on something like a zombie or a plant.
Okay.
You see what I mean?
Yes.
Except hold monster.
I'm still going to take
if
it because I can't know.
If it's hold monster, that would work on zombies and devils and demons and stuff like that.
What did I say? I said locate. Locate, not object.
Yeah, locate creature would not work on something like a zombie, but it would work on something like a demon or a devil or something like that. It's the
or say, for example, one of the shapeshifter.
You're not sure what the nature of that entity is, so it's It's a toss in the dark.
But yeah, that one is prepared. Excellent.
You can give me an
Cool.
Arcana check if you'd like.
I don't know. We don't really know. I will. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's do an Arcana check. Sorry, my tablet's being very, very slow today.
No, you're absolutely fine.
That's a 6 plus 2. That's an 8.
So, the most difficult thing about druids is that you are not learning this thing from a book. You are communing with the spirits of nature, and the concept of you being at one with nature has given you access to this spell, but you're not entirely sure of all the fine details on it. You're guessing that if something has enough sentience to be tracked, then that's probably fine. But if it was like, say this was like a queen bee situation where it was all one hive mind, you might be able to find the one in charge, you might not be able to find the drones, if that makes sense. You're not sure, but that's kind of where you're working with. You're pretty confident that any living creature with sentience would be affected.
Cool. Well, we're going to test that theory immediately anyways.
So, what would we like to be doing? As you are walking through the streets to the church, Nylathria, you also find Torek.
Does she?
I'm assuming Torik's like a meter in front of me, and I do like a little
Well,
somehow
actually,
my armor.
Unless Torek would be going through the sewer. I did say you go up to the surface. And I was not corrected. That's why I assumed you were on the surface.
Torek is... I think... Whereabouts do the sewers link to the church?
Not specifically.
Not directly, right?
No.
So okay, he would like
Yeah.
wherever is less convenient to be still in the sewers, Torek will have stepped out to continue his path to the church.
At that point you see Torek making his way to the church.
Yeah.
Torek, you hear a little jingle jangle as my armor jingles as I run up behind you and go, "Hi, morning."
Oh, Nylathria, hello.
I'm going to the church. Do you want to come?
Yes. What? Well, why are you? Why are you heading to the church?
Oh, because I spoke to the Archbishop the other day, and I was trying to suss out if I thought that she knew about all the goings on of, like, you know, the bad stuff. And then I don't think she actually did know about it, so I think there's someone else corrupt, and I asked her to do a little bit of recon. She didn't really believe me about everything that was going on, but she said she'd talk to Tommen at some point, and you know, I want to see how she's getting on, if she spoke to him or not, if she believes me. We might walk in, she might smite us.
I have some things that I need to do, to deal with, and I don't know if we get smited, that won't be a problem.
That won't be a problem.
I think Torek is like...
You did, just to clarify there, you did say that will be a problem, didn't you?
No, I said that won't
be
a problem.
If you get smited, you're... okay.
Yeah, I go, whoa, wow.
Yeah.
Exciting.
What Torek...
You need a mental health check.
Said. That is... Always. Torek always does. I think Torek did say that.
Make me an insight check, Nylathria.
Yeah. Hey. Torek did mean what... Like, Torek did say that, but didn't mean that. He meant if we get attacked, that'll work for me because I'll have an excuse to fight back, kind of thing. I don't know if that's something that can be insight checked, but yeah.
That's a 23.
Yeah, so on a 23, you don't get the sense that this is a suicidal, oh yeah, I'd like to die. You get much more of a, if they fuck around, they might find out kind of vibe from this guy. This is very much a guy that is going there and does not mind if it turns into a fight.
Just to clarify for the DM, and unless that is as clear as you wanted it for that role, Torek is going there to fight right now.
All right, then you get kind of the other end. You get someone has fucked around and they're about to find out.
Yeah, that's more that.
I'm gonna not quite sounds like I'm gonna clothesline you. I'm not gonna quite clothesline you, but I put my arm out to hold us for a second, and I go, I really like you, Torek. And I mean, I like the church person, but I don't really know her that well. I think I like you more. What's going on with you in the church, man?
What's going on, man?
Come on, tell us. What's going on, man?
An intervention.
Go
What's
on,
going
man.
on?
What's up, buddy?
In the middle of the street, tell us your trauma story.
With you. If you'd like me to be on your side, you're gonna have to give me a reason here.
They're the reason a lot of people die. And they can't keep getting away with it. And something happened last night. I don't understand what exactly it was. I think it was I don't know if it was a dream, but I felt like something was being cruel intentionally, and I don't understand why, but I can't keep circling and investigating. Something has to be done.
My brows kind of furrow together in a sort of very serious contemplation, and I just kind of go, I wonder if they're all. I wonder if they're all involved in that, or if that could be another. Are you open to having a conversation, or are you just are you going in? Are you going in guns swinging?
The least effective way to have guns. Guns swinging.
Specifically swinging. Guns swinging.
Just pistol whipping motherfuckers on the way past.
Yeah, man. I can't decide if Torek would be so enraged, more enraged by the dream, or more shocked in a good way to have a friend who's expressing that they're a friend and expressing concern. So I can't really tell if he'd
You can give me a wisdom check if you'd like.
Yeah, I'll do that.
That feels very battle of the mind type thing.
Don't go down the wisdom check route. It never works well.
Just as a side note, I assume we leveled up when we fought the thing, yeah?
You're already leveled up. I checked your character sheet.
Sure.
Okay, I was I can't remember if I did that.
You did. Fine. You did do that.
I'd say over an 8, he would take a second and sit with. Hey, there we go. 16 plus 6, 22. So he does.
Yeah.
Torek.
I think there's a part of Torek that is this might be, not only is this someone very powerful to have, but that someone that saved me last night is showing general concern. I think I owe them, at a very minimum, the patience to listen, even though I am still mad.
Yeah, I think there's also the whole wisdom part of it that's
this is a better choice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know that I'm angry right now, and if I just
I
go
think-
in there, I
I
will
think
die.
on
I might
that-
manage to kill a person, but
I think on that 23 as well, you realise if Nilathria agrees with whatever your plan is here, you basically are guaranteed the entire party's help. Because Zuak has been wanting to throw hands since day one, and Lubnub is not up for missing a fight with the most powerful group in the city.
yeah.
I'm a hit them. I throw a punch. I do 0 damage.
Zuak will go in gun swinging.
Okay. I'm willing to hear whatever the Archbishop or whoever they are has to say, but we need to talk afterwards. I think you're right. Thank you.
Okay,
Like,
let's go.
As you are both making your way to the church, which I presume is the plan, to go talk to her first and then talk to each other separately after the new info's gathered.
yeah.
As you're both making your way to the church, you can see, again, as you approach, this is a resplendent cathedral with, it's got gold filigree in all the windows. You can see stained glass murals of various scenes of biblical sunlight-themed buildings, essentially. And standing out front, working on what looks to be like a small vegetable garden, almost in the middle of the city, just sort of a garden, with his top off, is the dwarf, Zuri, that you met previously. And he is working to build a vegetable garden in front of the church. And he is topless with regular sort of burlap trousers on. And you can see that his armour is sitting next to the paddock, essentially, with his giant sword that looks way too big for him to even lift, but you've seen him wield and also sprint with before. And as you approach Zuri sort of stands up, wipes his brow, takes a big drink of ale from a glass bottle, and just sort of puts a hand up in greeting of just like, "Oh, Zell, how's things? What's up, Nilathria?"
Morning.
Morning to you.
I'm
Well,
kind of
afternoon.
I was hoping. Yeah, kind of my morning. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Hey, late one last night.
A wee bit, yeah.
My motto is, it can't be a late one if you just keep going. And he just takes another big drink.
Exactly.
So, what's up? You going in to pray?
We're looking for a wee chat with Gwendolyn.
His eyes narrow. Were ye? Aye. Why would that be?
Why not?
Why, yes.
No, but you look very concerned. I mean...
I'm not concerned. This is suspicion.
Like, flirt with her.
Well, if that's all, I suppose you should be allowed in. But come see me afterwards.
Okay.
I've heard
Or will you still be gardening?
I've heard some rumours.
Rumors.
Only steal the king's body once. They don't have it anymore. What is she going to steal?
Is he seeming?
He's burying it under that garden.
Is he seeming suspicious about Nilathria or about?
Make me an insight check.
Okay, is it Nilatheria or is it Nilathria?
I think it's Nilatheria, but I keep saying Nilathria. Is that
area?
It is Nilatheria.
Yeah, is it like
Wait,
is
is
it
it?
suspicion?
Wait, is it? Nylotheria
Wait,
pulls out a notebook where she's written her own name. It's just like, is it? Is that what it is?
I don't know.
It's actually
Oh, shit, I've
Nylotheria
just
with a
rolled
K,
that.
guys.
It's actually Nylotheria, but on the piece, she looks at it and she's like, "It's Nylotheria," and you look at the piece of paper and it's just 12 Ks.
I don't remember.
Can you see previous rolls? I just rolled there and forgot my number.
I should be able to see it.
I would
I
also
think it
like
was a
to
12.
these.
Yeah, is he suspicious, acting suspicious at about... Yeah, is he seeming...
I got 25.
Ooh. So Torik's just like...
Yeah, Torek, I'm not seeing a roll here from you. Oh, you're on the other sheet, aren't you? Hang on.
Yeah,
I'll look at the other sheet. Give me a second.
Yeah, the last one I've got is a solid unarmed strike from Zuax that does 0 damage.
Insight check, you got a 12.
Yeah.
Okay, and what did you get, Nylathria?
25.
25. So on a 12, you're not sure if he's suspicious of you or Nylathria or what's going on. You get that he is suspicious, and indeed he has said so out loud. On a 25, he's suspicious of Gwendolyn.
Yeah, that's
That's what I was thinking. So I'm yeah. I say to him, yeah, I'll come back and talk to you for sure. I don't think we'll be that long.
Are you trying to hide that you have gleaned this information? Because he is a very insightful person.
Am I trying to gain that I kind of guess that he's a bit sus?
Yes.
No. I will raise an eyebrow at him and go, yeah, no, we'll come back and talk for sure.
If you're having any doubts about anything in particular to do with our organisation, I would love to have a private chat with you if there was time. If this is an appointment, absolutely, go make your appointment. But if this is a drop-in visit, it might be worth speaking to me first.
I'm gonna look to Torek and kind of be like, give you like a look of like, are you happy to talk to this man?
I think Torek is...
I'll phrase it as, would you say we're on a very tight schedule?
I think Torek kind of like is too panicked and vaguely like shrugs a bit, and then is like, we could, we can see afterwards, and it's kind of like trying desperately to look into her eyes to be like, I've got a different, well, like, no, it's not quite a different idea. No, yeah, just kind of like shrugs a bit. It's like, probably, yes.
I'll turn back to him and say, we'll be quick, and we'll come back and I'll talk to you.
Yeah.
Very well.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it's no skin off my teeth.
Okay. Enjoy your gardening.
Oh, I shall, yeah. Thought it'd be a nice wee project. The sun's shining. Nice to be out doing work in the sun, eh?
I'll do a little like shimmy so that my armor glints, and then sort of take Torek by the hand and like sort of make our way in.
As you're making your way in, you see a couple people come up to him. They look to be sort of very malnourished beggars. And he reaches into his satchel that he's got at the side next to all of his armour, and gives them a piece of bread each, and then goes back to his gardening.
Guys, he's hot and he's considerate. I'll take 10, please.
I say to Torek, see when people are hungry, you should always give them bread. I've learned that from experience. toast especially is pretty good.
Torik's just standing there like he's definitely been in the position of the hungry person and is like, sure. He's no. Let's. He's okay with bread. Torik's okay with bread, but yeah, it's just very taken aback by that. Like by the concept of him being the one giving to the hungry. It's just very strange to him.
Yeah.
And then he remembers that he's got 28k gold right now, and just like has a mini existential crisis.
Yeah, he's like, I could never give anything to the poor, and then he's like, oh no, sorry, I could buy half the city. Yeah, no. Yeah. So, as you enter into the church, you can see that there's no specific events going on at the moment. As a church of the sun, there's two main parts of the day that you would find people gathering, and that's sunrise and the sun's peak. Sort of not many people celebrate the sun leaving in a church that worships the sun. And since you are after the peak of the day, you are wandering in at a generally unbusy time. There are a couple people congregating here and there. Looks to be just general citizens of middling wealth. Most of them are well off-ish. None of them are dressing too fine, but they all look healthy. They all look well fed. And you can see that there are almost no employees of the church. There's no practitioners of the church, other than a couple people here and there in just plain white robes. You don't see any.
Gwendolyn?
You don't see Gwendolyn in the main area.
Do I feel like I'm free to kind of roam the less main areas?
You can certainly try. You have done so before.
Yeah, I know. I will. I'll go to the area that I found her before.
You go to, I believe the area you found her before, you caught her praying at the altar in the centre of the church before, but she did lead you off to a side chamber that she said was hers.
Yeah, I'll go there.
And you go down there, and you do find her, she seems to be sleeping, just comes to the door, a little groggy, sort of wipes the sleep away from her eyes. She's just wearing plain white robes. Looks to be that she's not wearing anything that is overly adorned. Usually as Archbishop, she would be going around in her full resplendent with the gold filigree and the symbols and the everything. But looks to be that when she's just sleeping, just the white. Ah, Nylathria.
Hi, sorry to wake you.
No, it's
nice look.
Torik is
your outfit.
I like yours.
Torik is going to take a step back, especially now. Especially, like, has the sudden realization of, oh, yeah, it's probably going to be, I don't even know if he thinks in terms of flirting, but it's going to be, like, about Nyla's charm for this, so I should probably
it's
make
gonna
myself
be another
scared.
common situation.
Oh no.
I'm gonna walk through a door and there's gonna be kissing. No.
Oh no, not that again.
Gonna make it
Oh, no,
Homosexuals.
You.
Horror flashbacks.
What do you mean she's gonna make
Yeah.
it with a
But
car?
yeah, so I tell her I like her casual attire. I hope it's okay to see you in that. I don't know how religion works specifically.
These are just my praying vestigials. It's not an issue. There are many people walking around wearing the same. Besides, everything important's covered. She gives you a grin.
Unfortunately.
These are situations
Sorry,
with...
lost my train of thought.
These are situations with immediately solvable actions.
Yes,
We
but
haven't moonbeamed.
unfortunately, we're in a real rush.
I love Torik. She flirts, and Torik's like, "We haven't moonbeamed her yet. This is a problem.
Oh,
We should kill it."
Wouldn't even know. Kill it.
Hi. So, did you have a chance to speak to Tommen yet?
Yes, I did go and see His Majesty yesterday at the castle. However, I was rebuffed. I believe he had visitors?
Oh. So you still don't believe me then, because you've not had any proof, unfortunately.
Well, on that note, there have been some whispers in the community. Although I haven't spoken to Topman, I did spend some time at the local barracks. There have been whispers from the guards, somewhat confirming your story, at least at an official level. I have not heard it from the lips of the man himself, although his guard all seem to be in agreement, as do his knights, that you are telling the truth.
So do you trust me?
She gives you a slightly wicked grin. I could be persuaded.
I could persuade, but again, time sensitive. So, could we come in?
Why, of course. She opens her door to let you in, and she is in... this is just a stone chamber with symbols of Intarach on the walls, and essentially just a feather bed.
True seeing is a spell for after, isn't it? God damn it.
Well, that's up to you. I believe it does have... Are you thinking of casting a spell?
I'm just trying to figure something. I'm trying to see if there's anything I could use to other than
I will
Moonbeam
say
that's just so detectable.
I believe True Sight has verbal and somatic components, which means you have to speak and wave your hands around to cast it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just looking.
It was just as a note.
Gwendolyn, I'm going to be so honest with you. This is Torek. Torek is my friend. Torek is helping me, combat the evils that befall the city. And Torek, rightfully so, is very untrusting of everyone, given what we've been through. Been a rough time.
Well, she holds
are
up
you
a
okay
hand.
for us to check that you are you?
She holds up a hand. Well, can I enlighten you on something about your dear friend Torek? To my knowledge,
Yes.
This man has been reprimanded by the church previously for negligence of children. I believe...
This is not going to go well.
So, just so that we are all aware of what's going on.
Torek is gonna,
I don't believe that this man has honourable intentions being here.
In the middle of that sentence, Torek has the 2 seconds of, did she just say what I think she just said? And then is gonna start casting.
Oh yeah.
Oh me, oh my.
Moonbeam, everyone in the room.
I think he wants to cast
Moonbeam, including Nilatria. I don't trust anybody.
5th level
but
fireball.
does cast Moonbeam.
So wait,
absolutely cast.
Hold on.
No.
You can't just name
Yes,
spells
cast.
off rapid fire. Which one do you want to cast?
I know Moonbeam would be more useful and less likely to have terrible consequences, but realistically, Torek was not in a place to hear that at all, and is going to use Vengeance, which is his cantrip of his poison one. Cause a cloud of mites, fleas, or other parasites, so in my case, rats. Must succeed a Constitution saving throw. Just for
full clarification, before I make any saving throws of any kind, watch Nilathria. You watch as Torek opens his cloak, and a waterfall of rats begin to swarm into the room. with no warning whatsoever, an absolute avalanche of living flesh, of stinking and rot and poison fill the room.
Oh, wait, roll a d4 for direction?
Dispel magic.
What? What do you mean roll a d4 for direction?
Do I have the right thing?
I don't think so.
Words now.
It might be a legacy version. I might have accidentally...
D4, the D4, as part of the attack, it moves them in a random direction.
So it does,
The
yes.
D4
Apologies. So it's a spray that if they fail, they get moved. So they either get pushed back, left, right, or forward. But for effect, I think it's safe to say you're trying to push her back.
Yeah.
If anything.
I'm trying to attack her. But...
Yeah. So let's just bring up her character sheet.
Man, I wish I was there to throw hands.
Can I cast Dispel magic?
Roll for damage, Dion.
Yeah. So cast that is 2d6.
For the record, Nylathria, it would be counter spell you would need, not dispel magic.
Oh,
Vengeance.
effect.
Yeah, but the difference is counter spell stops a casting, dispel magic stops something that's already been cast. So if Torek casts a curse or a poison, you could dispel that.
Okay.
That was a 6 damage.
You watch as she takes 6 damage and is pushed backward. And she is going to immediately start looking as if she is wanting to throw hands as well in self-defense. And she turns to Nylathria and says, I told you, I knew that this man didn't want to be here for anything other than violence. Please talk him down, make him leave, and this doesn't need to get worse. Think of where you are. You're in the middle of my church.
I don't trust her.
I look visibly shocked, and I go, Tarek. Okay, I get what she said was maybe a bit bang out, but if it wasn't true, but I'd believe it. But we need to further information. Investigation is needed. But what? This was a strong reaction.
You have 10 seconds to decide to leave, or I call the alarm. And she
Tarek,
looks
I think you
to
should
be
leave,
coming to
and
her
I will
full
have the
height.
conversation we should have had.
Torek is gonna glance at Nyla, like angry generally, but then have like look away, kind of mutter, "I'm sorry," and then start casting Moonbeam.
Before you cast Moonbeam, she's going to make an attack on you.
That's oh god. I hate being the player who does this, but
No, this is fantastic. This is amazing.
I gotta stick with Torek.
Do it.
This
Can
is
I
fantastic.
also insight check that I'm sorry to see if I react?
Sure, I'll give you a free insight check.
Don't be sorry, do it.
21.
From Torek's perspective, is that needed?
Is Torek lying when he says I'm sorry?
No.
Well then,
Torek is really sorry.
well then you genuinely believe that he's sorry.
It's a sorry about what I've just done, not necessarily sorry about being about to cast Moonbeam, because I'm trying to take a step down and just be like, we need to figure out if this is one of the
Torek.
Doppel fucks. That's what.
Torek, does a 12 hit you?
No.
So the first one was a 12. The second one was a nat 20.
Ooh.
So you take. Oh god.
Oh no.
A fantastic thing here. You take. Oh god.
You
Oh,
die
God.
on- Oh,
You
I didn't-
take
Wonder
80
that-
damage
I
and
want-
die.
I want you to know. I'm not going to tell you the dice value of the attack that just happened there. Of the 4 dice I rolled, you got 3 ones. So you take 7 damage on that nat 20. That could have been very bad.
How
But-
much?
7.
Just
Oh.
7.
Out of 4 dice, I rolled 3 nat ones.
That could have been.
Can I cast the
So
spell as well?
you watch as Gwendolyn gathers power in the room, and you look as she is gathering the sources of light in the room to points in her hand, and she shoots 2 beams of light directly into Torik's chest, and Torik, you take 7 damage. And she says,
Just goes, ah.
"Leave now. Next time, I will be calling the alarm."
Cast
I'm
silence.
also going to cast the spell.
And she's gonna roll intimidation as well.
It's alright, Torik. Just cast silence. You'll be fine. Throw
So
hands.
she got an 18 on intimidation. So she's pulling herself up to her full height and trying to shout you down. And you recognise that this is not someone that is saying, "Die now, you horrible piece of scum." This is someone that's saying, "You've attacked me, leave before I make this violent." Now,
I'm going to
Lathria,
cast
what were you doing?
command on Torik.
Torik, give me a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw. Fucking that one. What's that? Oh, that's a nat 20 plus 6, 26.
Does nothing.
So yeah, what was your one word?
I'm going to tell you to flee.
So you watch as Nylathria turns to you with magical energy and demands that you run. Now you are
Cast Moonbeam.
you are strong enough to get rid of it, so you absolutely can cast Moonbeam. What do I need to do? Is that a Constitution saving throw?
Manage spells. No. Moonbeam. Okay, now do I cast it at 4th level?
Well, I
Or at
think you
third.
only have. Oh no, you long rested, so it's fine. You have everything.
Torik sees how desperate Nylatheria is Nyla is right now, and it's like, okay, 2nd level. Let's not kill this creature immediately. 2nd level, and
Can
that
you do
means-
Moonbeam at 2nd level? I thought it was a 3rd level spell.
It's no, yeah, I can. 2d10 radiant damage. Con 14.
Con.
Mhm.
Roll for damage. You know that she'll take at minimum half damage.
Okay. And that is 10.
10. You watch as she is knocked prone to the ground, and you recognise that she has failed this roll.
Mm-hmm.
And she lays on the ground, not changing, taking full damage. And then she screams
Okay.
at the top of her lungs. And you start to hear the sound of people outside.
I'm going to, without magic, tell you to run again.
And at that, Torik is going to.
And I'm going to... I don't have any, healing magic, but I'm going to start just medicining.
You're staying.
Yeah.
So, Torik, I'm going to need a stealth check from you to see if you can leave unnoticed.
Yeah.
There's a bigger
Yeah.
thing I need to know. Is he keeping the moonbeam up?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. He just runs
I
in.
think I am.
He leaves him in beam there and runs away.
So,
If
you
if
leave the
she-
Moonbeam up, Nylathria, if you want to help her, you will have to step into Moonbeam.
I
Uh,
step
is-
into Moonbeam and grab her bed
If
sheet
it-
or whatever and cover.
No, if it failed it and didn't transform, it means it's not a double fuck, right?
To your
Yeah.
knowledge, yes.
To my knowledge, I I am going to undo it then. Like,
to drop it. Cool. You drop it and you start running. So, give me a stealth check.
Don't fail me now, buddy. That's a 9 plus 6, 15.
Okay.
Could I, what's it called? Could I add pass without a trace to that?
You can, yes. Yeah.
I shall.
Wonderful.
I shall
You had
cast
pass without a
that.
trace. Now I'm going to make one roll for the guards. They've all got a +5 because they're all clerics or religious people, which means they're all wisdom based, which is perception skill check. So they've all got +5. So if I roll anything other than a nat 20, you're safe. That's an 8. So you scamper your way out, and Nilathria, what are you saying as Gwendolyn is burnt by this moonbeam? And she lies there and she's screaming, "Get him!"
I grab a bed sheet and start, like, I don't know, does she have water? People have water when they go to bed. Does she have water?
She has like a glass. She doesn't have like a sink or anything in here.
I kind of pour the water onto the bed sheet and start, like,
dabbing her to cool her down.
Dabbing it.
Yeah.
And I say, like, as soon as I'm down there, as I'm doing it, I am muttering that I'm sorry, but I also say that was the test for what I told you. I don't know why he did it like that, but that was what that was. He wasn't trying to hurt you.
Oh, I believe he was.
Sure about that?
That is not something I'm going to fall for. Listen, I appreciate that this is something that this person has clearly bamboozled you in some capacity, but throwing rats at me, then hitting me with a moonbeam is not a test.
That wasn't.
I don't know what that creature has said to you to make you believe that, but that's not a test. That's assault. That's called assault.
The beam was the test. That's how we figured those things out before.
Oh, I'm sure he told you anything he needed to get you here.
No, that was correct. That magic I understand. The rats, no.
Well, I can't cast any such heresies as Moonbeam, but I'll take your word on whatever test you thought you were doing. But I do know that rats are never part of Moonbeam at a minimum.
No. He'd agreed to speak to you, and I didn't want to even cast the Moonbeam without your permission. I was trying to ask for your permission.
Yes. Well, it seems that creature has been lying to more people.
I want to know, though, because
I think it's time we alerted the guards to him.
He said that people died.
Oh, I'm sure he did.
But he said it was because of the church.
I'm sure he did that too.
Anger came from.
Yeah.
Why did he say that?
Because when we were alerted to that monster's presence, he was a wild animal being kept for sport. And some of the church took him in, rehabilitated him, and when he left, he decided to steal a local child. And upon doing so, we confiscated the child, and in the resulting scuffle, the child died. Now, is the church entirely innocent for things going violently? No, but can you particularly blame us when a monster steals a child for being zealous in its protection? We tried everything we could to resurrect it.
Genuinely conflicted and upset, and I look at, like, I feel like if she wants to insight it, because I'm not trying to hide it, it is a genuine, like, I believe both of you, and you're giving me very conflicting stories, and it's very difficult to
Has he mentioned anything about his past? Have you even seen his true form?
I look a bit angry at that. Like, that's the only time that I sort of flare and I say, I don't think that I have, and it wasn't monstrous.
He's a wild animal. He's a rat. He's an actual rat.
I mean, given
Ask
the fact
around.
we're just attacked by rats, this is very controversial, but rats aren't bad.
But shifters
Not
are.
inherently.
But shapeshifters are.
Again, not inherently. That's very racist.
Go to the Colosseum.
Nyla.
Go to the Colosseum. Ask about their were-rat. And see how many he's killed before you judge me.
I'm not really judging you, to be honest, but okay. I still, though, like, you need to know as well, though, that there is those things that we were making sure you weren't, which you are not. They are within your church, and they're killing people.
What things?
I tried to tell you this, and then I had to make sure you weren't. They're like, they look and they talk, and they seem to have the memories of the people that they are
I gotta
pretending
say.
to be.
I gotta say. I get that the stakes are high. That's a terrible help. They look like things and they talk and have memories is the
like
vaguest
the
description of an entity I've ever heard.
The ones that we saw were posing as Edward and Harold, and they looked and they sounded and they acted like them.
So they're
but they were-
shapeshifters.
They are doppelgangers.
Which are shapeshifters.
I feel like you're trying to make me hate shapeshifters right now, and
No, I feel like you're hunting shapeshifters and are not suspicious of the shapeshifter that just attacked me.
Okay. Yes,
You can
you're
see
taking-
why that
I'm
double
seeing
standard
2 +
might
2,
be
and it-
tough for someone to stomach after just being smacked
Yeah.
about.
Yes. Yes, I'm seeing that.
Yes.
I'm like holding my head in my hand.
I'm glad you can see my point of view on that. Now,
I'm sorry.
if you'll excuse me, I'd like to go and see some of my other brothers and sisters and have these wounds healed.
Yes, but and I actually like stop her like physically, like very gently. Like she could just walk by if she wanted, but I stop her and I like turn her to look at me, and I go, those creatures that we fought, that as far as we're aware, killed the king, potentially both of them, trapped them in some sort of sunless, shadowy place, told us that they have their people within your church corrupting things.
Well, then
So
we
you
must
cannot
root
just
them out
trust-
as well.
But you can't just trust your brothers and sisters freely anymore.
Very well. I will keep an eye out for anyone acting even slightly different. I will also take the precaution of having everyone interviewed by either myself or... Well, I'll interview Zuri, and then because I know him quite well. And then we together will deal with this.
Okay.
Now, I suppose I should go find someone. And she walks out the room.
Do it again.
I'm gonna
I just
kick
kind
her
of look
ass.
around. Probably also leave, shouldn't I?
I'm a killer.
As expected, you get no response from this empty room.
But I am gonna. She's going to get healed first, so I'm gonna go see Zuri, obviously.
Yeah, sure, you go outside. Torek is nowhere to be seen. Pass Without a Trace is magically...
Moonbeaming Suri. I'm kidding.
Just burning the vegetables.
Yeah, Zuri is still out. You can see that he's actually roped some of the other acolytes into doing it, and their white robes are getting covered in mud. And he's just like, see, I told you. Less clothes, man. Less cleaning, less clothes. It's gardening, you know? And they're just like, yes, but we're priests. We only have this outfit. And he's like, nah, man, I'm telling you, I'll get you trousers if you just want to take your top off. And that's how you find him.
Hello.
Ah, Nilathria. Back again, that was very quick.
You want to have a chat?
Yeah, sure, I could take a break. He turns to one of the other ones and goes, you there, take over. And then he just walks over to you. What's
Hi.
up? How can I help?
You asked me for a chat.
Yeah, privately. Do you want to go somewhere?
Yeah.
Cool, he starts walking toward the church.
Could we have it, like, we can chat in the church, but I'm going to be really honest. I just had a very awkward moment with Gwendolyn, and maybe we should chat, like, somewhere else before I make my face shown in there again.
Huh, okay, very well.
Not bad, though. Like, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Where would you like to chat?
I mean, how private does it need to be? Do you want to go to the pub?
Probably a little more private than that.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
The sewers.
I don't really go to many places. Should we just stand in an alleyway?
Well, without being too forward, where do you stay? If we can't do it in where I stay.
Last night I stayed in a pub.
Well, a private room though.
Yeah, we could do that.
We could do that if you have a room at an inn.
I don't anymore. I only had one night, but we can go and get.
You're not solving this problem very easily, Nilathria, I gotta say.
I'm really sorry. I'm a bit of a traveller.
The church is just there.
Well, we can go if you want, but
Well, I'm just curious as to what's going on.
Let's just. There's a pub. I'm gonna point to like a pub. I assume there's a pub within sight, and I'm gonna go. Let's just go to that one. I'll buy a room.
Excellent. You both make your way to the pub. There'll be another 5 gold for a night in the pub.
I just go. Ha! I'm not made of money.
She said, lying.
Like I'm honestly giggling while I say it. I'm like chuckling to myself, like I've made the best inside joke ever.
So once you're in a private room, Zuri turns to you and says, so, like I said, I've heard some rumours. Obviously, I heard you spoke to Gwendolyn before, something about shape changers. And I'm just a little concerned overall. Obviously, I started my own little investigation within the church. And he's still shirtless, incidentally. He did pick up his sword, but he's shirtless. So, from what I can tell, no one in the church seems to be acting any differently from before. Now, either they are exceptionally good actors, or they've been replaced by something that can mimic them to all their memories, all their everything, or there's no shapeshifters in the church. Now, those are 2 different avenues, but let's say we go down the avenue of no shapeshifters in the church. What that says to me is there are people in the church that are actively helping shapeshifters and are not themselves shapeshifters.
Yeah, I was kind of worried about that.
So I'm worried that someone in the church isn't who they say they are. Overall.
Yeah, is it you?
Not in the magical.
And I'm going to insight check him.
Give me an insight check.
They've been so good all night, and then that one was an 11.
11.
Are you the bad guy?
He does give you a little bit of a grin and says, "Listen, if I was a bad guy, I'd have won by now. Let's just be honest here. I'd
You know what? I respect.
if
that.
I was
You
gonna
probably would
if
have.
I was gonna go down the whole Old Testament "thou shalt be killed," they'd have been, pardon the language, fucking killed by now, right? I'm much
Do you
more.
think Gwendolyn's the bad guy?
Well, like I was saying, I'm much more relaxed. The light of the sun can be beautiful. It can be prosperous. It can be warming, and it can be generous with its time and with its energy. Much like the jungle or the field of crops needs it to grow. However, the sun can also be harsh, dry, unforgiving, and lethal. Now, I much prefer gardening to killing, and I can't say the same about Gwendolyn. That's all I was going to say, is if you're having concerns, she might not be the best person to take guidance from. She's an important member of the church, but she is much more the disciplinarian than the preacher.
I did ask her about it, and then my friend did try to figure out if she was a doppelganger, but now I'm getting what you're saying, that like maybe not a doppelganger, maybe just kind of in cohorts. That makes total sense.
Well, like I say,
did you know that
I
the
don't
king's
suspect
body
her
wasn't
specifically.
actually deceased?
I had heard so. I heard
Like,
after
so
the
that's
fact.
what happens.
After,
as far as
and
we're aware,
let's-
that's what happens to the bodies of
let's-
people who are
Let's be honest.
doppelgangers.
I'm not as thick as some of the other people at the church, right? You all show up, the body goes missing, you all run away. And I'm not saying 100% I know what happened down there, right? I'm going to assume I can make some educated guesses, right? No, to be fair, you covered your tracks well enough, kind of, but I'm pretty sure you stole the king's body. And after that came out, we started hearing that the king was not dead. And that's the first I heard of that. But it was also the first, well, not even the first. I never got a chance to examine the king's body.
If you'd done it, probably would have done properly.
Well, this is what I said, but
I like him.
his radiance is the most gifted healer I've ever seen.
I don't like
So
him.
if he couldn't, then, in my opinion, no one could. However, someone who is gifted at something does not mean that they tried their best. That's all I have to say about that.
Like me with my
Okay.
moonbeam. I could have
Drift to the
pause
Pope.
leveled Gwendolyn.
Death to the Pope.
Yeah, no, I mean, I really appreciate you. Like, a lot of my group really don't like the church.
Well, don't you have
And-
a cleric from a different faith?
Yeah, so it kind of makes sense, but the other ones just hate you
Yeah, I
as
mean,
well.
there's a sort of friendly sportsman rivalry type situation with some of the other faiths.
Can I ask how you
That's how
feel?
I describe religion.
That's how he
I
describes
was-
religion.
Gwendolyn mentioned the Colosseum and a were-rat, and I'm wondering if you could tell me about that, because she seemed
A
really quite
were-rat?
judgmental.
Well, there was a were-rat in the Colosseum a couple of years ago. Must have been, God, what, two, maybe 3 years ago at most. Maybe Dion will correct me.
I'd like to point out I guessed that Dion was a were-rat, man. I knew that.
I guessed it, but I thought it was just stupidity. I was guessing one.
Can I get back to you on that?
Sure. The dwarf says the correct amount of time that Dion will let us know.
Yeah.
Maybe 3, maybe 15 years. Who's to say?
Might have been 15. He's a dwarf. He's old.
He's a dwarf.
No.
But yes, there was a couple of years ago. Yeah, pretty lethal from what I remember. I think the church freed it. Something about animal cruelty, on the edge of sentience. It's not like they were releasing a manticore into there that's just a wild animal that's pretty happy to be killing.
But so
like manticores love death,
who really
love
doesn't
killing.
like.
So it's great to have them in the Colosseum.
But one of my friends really doesn't like the church and seems to think that you guys are responsible for killing. I assume people that he cares about because he really passionately hates you guys. So actually, really awkward because I'm quite fond of you.
Well, not there are. How best to say? Everyone that has power has responsibilities, and there are aspects of every faith that are tumultuous between everyone. Now, I myself don't particularly prescribe to some harsh faiths. However, it is not uncommon for clerics of Antarach to demand the death penalty from people who have committed crimes. So I can see a reality where someone is lawfully tried by the faith and sentenced to death for a crime. That was the case with that bread thief a couple days ago. Gwendolyn
and I've got to say, man, it's a very strong reaction.
Yeah, well, Gwendolyn got her hands on him, managed to convince his Radiance that this was stealing from the goddess, which is high heresy, and high heresy is punishable by death in the traditional faith. Now, there was a time where that sort of thing would have been handled by the government, which meant we were free to have that belief. And also, the government was free to try the criminal as a criminal and sentence him to whatever punishment the government wanted to do. And the king, in days of old, didn't have the death penalty for theft. So that would have been the type of scenario that had we been under King Tommen, that would have been no issue. However, under King Harold, or rather, we're now under King Tommen again, Tommen the Junior.
Yeah, but it wasn't King Harold.
Well, this... What wasn't King Harold?
Harold was one of the things, scary things.
The dwarf said six. The dwarf said 6 years ago, incidentally.
Oh. Oh. Well, it might still been. I don't know how long this has been going on.
No, for the were-rat.
Oh, okay.
But yes, no.
I look a bit dejected and I just go, Gwendolyn makes it really hard to like her sometimes.
Under the rule of what was perceived to be King Harold then, the church was given back its power of trial. Which is where that whole heresy came from. And now, as an archbishop, admittedly, I don't like theft. That's not how things should be done. However, I also don't like starvation. And frankly, we have bread. Not all of it gets eaten all the time. We could be sharing more of it. That's something I've been pushing for. Right. That's why I'm building that garden, to be honest with you. There's quite a lot of people going hungry in the city.
Lovely.
Yeah,
you seem like such a nice man.
What's the point in being a cleric if you can't feed the needy?
You've shared your kind of opinions on what's going on. I am intrigued by how you think how I can help you or how you can help me moving forward. But I'm also wondering, I've had a little thought that's been brewing in my head, and I'm kind of wondering if I could share it with you. So we killed the thing that was pretending to be Edward and the thing that was pretending to be the boy king,
Harold,
and we found a body which ended up being Edward's not dead body, the same way the original king's body wasn't fully dead.
You can see him staring off into the middle distance of, we killed 2, we found an extra body, you can see this man trying his best to do the math. He's like, we killed Edward and we found Edward's body.
Let me go back. So
he's like, so hold on, you killed him. Well, that's why you found his body, right?
No.
That's how that
sorry,
works.
I'll go back. Let me start again.
I've killed a few people and I always find their body afterwards. That's how that works.
As you know,
Ali was just using the royal we when I did all the work.
As you know, we did take the body of the OG king.
Shock horror.
Yes. And
Yes.
I personally didn't. I was actually very shocked that they did that, but
Well, I must say, you were a convincing distraction. So, there is that to your credit.
But so, we had that, and that turns out not to be dead. And that body, that's what happens when these things are stealing someone's form and pretending to be them. And as far as we're aware, their soul or whatever, like their body's still like kind of dead, kind of alive, like it's not moving or anything, and their soul seems to be trapped somewhere. Right? You with me so far?
Okay, so they're siphoning the memories from the still living body.
Yeah, exactly right.
And making it seem dead. So wait, but we found the body of the king.
Yeah, but we've not seen a walking about king doppel thing. But in the flip of that, so we found the Edward body and we found the Edward doppel thing. However, we found a new king doppel thing, but not a new king body. So we're missing a body and a doppel thing. And I'm a bit concerned about that. No one in my party's brought it up. I'm actually really a wee bit worried about that.
You're missing the doppelganger of the old King Tommen, and you are missing the real corpse of the young King Harold.
Yeah, unless I've missed something, which is quite possible. I sometimes don't pay attention.
Well, my advice...
I do try.
I pride myself on attempting to guide souls through this chaotic existence. My professional advice is you should probably try and sort some of that out. That seems
like
if I was going to choose a path, finding out more about that would be great.
We'll see how this big war's happening right now.
Yeah.
My concern is that there's a doppel thingy of the OG king, like, doing stuff to cause wars or whatever.
Oh, I wouldn't pursue that avenue.
Okay. But he's still walking about somewhere, and that seems like a bit of a risk.
Probably, yeah.
And then I don't know where the body of the younger king is, and I'd like to
save
him as well. Like,
if I can shed a little bit of light on at least one part,
that would be great.
I will remind you that the entities that we are at war with are religious powers. So the reason they've gave for the invasion is that the king has not agreed to step down and give power to our church and his radiance. Now that's a position that our church is officially standing by. But let me ask you this. Did the people who said we have friends in the church mention in Tarach, or could this be an enemy church from the theocracy of many above?
I knew that turtle was suspicious. Oh dear God.
Because we are at war with 6 churches.
Yeah, that's a problem. But I would assume that they meant, like, no harm, but I would assume that they meant your church, just because, like, you know, they did have Harold with his glowing eyes making moves with your church specifically.
My point is, as far as I'm aware, our church was on the side of the king in saying that the royal family, as chosen members of Intarach, should still rule. I'm wondering if the enemy churches has placed someone else in that prophetic role with the intention
Oh.
of saying, oh no, wait,
Yeah.
now the
I'm
church
with
should
you.
be in charge. That's my concern.
I can kind of see that. That's not great. Do you know, I'll have to reconvene with my people, and they're really not going to like
Now,
this.
I'm not saying 100% that our church is innocent. There are organisations.
No, I don't think they are.
There are organisations all over the world that are corrupt, and churches are
Yeah.
under no circumstances immune to that.
You seem nice, though.
I try.
Okay, I'll stay in contact. You feel free to do the same. I don't really know what to do with this information. I feel like I'm going to get absolutely smacked on the head with a doctor's bag. But,
Well,
okay.
try your best. Investigate. Think. It's the most important thing you can do in these types of situations. Remember, take a breath and don't jump to conclusions. Nothing is ever simple.
I'm off a bridge. I've jumped. The conclusion is there.
Has a look in her eyes of like, I'm the most impulsive person I've ever met. Oh no.
Give me an insight check.
Okay.
Nyla's also jumped off the bridge.
Dirty 20.
Yeah. The bottom now is
You're looking at someone with a checkered past that knows what it is to fuck up and is informing you from experience. Sometimes it's better to take a breath and think about something before you do it.
Okay. I'm going to say to him, I'm going to say, okay, thank you for talking to me. You seem very wise.
I've spent many years trying to be. I
I'm gonna
hope
go
one
now,
day to earn
but
that title.
I'm also going to tell you that my friend who I was with did hurt Gwendolyn, and that's why it was awkward. But he was trying to work
That's
out
not
if
good.
he was
That's
a
not good.
doppelganger.
I should go. That's not good.
I helped her.
Yeah, that's not good. And he starts jogging back to the church.
really not good now that I think about it.
Well, guys,
And then
we're
I'm
at
going to
war.
start running towards my friends.
And which direction do you perceive your friends to be?
Oh, that's true. I have no idea where they are. I'm gonna run a little gentle loop nearby, looking for Torek, and then I'm gonna head to the deep waters.
So, Torek, where did you run off to?
I think.
You know truthfully that you left your friends at Ariadne's, and that's always been where you meet up.
Yeah.
So if your goal is to find your friends,
He went to Ariadne's because he doesn't want Nyla to think that he's run away from her. He just wanted to de-escalate the situation.
okay. So around this time, unless Stan, Lubnub, and Zuak wanted to do anything else, you know that your friends will be at Ariadne's.
I
think-
I'm not hearing any complaints, so I think everyone reconvenes roughly at the same time at Ariadne's.
Torek did like stay back a tiny bit, still hiding, just to make sure that Nyla was okay and not like that there wasn't a fight continuing.
So
'Cause otherwise he would've
probably
rushed back and been like,
what happens
She's in trouble.
is Zuak, Lubnub, and Stan goes back to find Ariadne reading a book on the sofa. It looks to be abjuration
Sofa?
magic.
Yes.
soberish.
It's so good.
Well, you're not there, so you don't know. And then about 10 minutes later, Torek and Nilathria show up. Nilathria, you walk to Ariadne's alone, but Torek shows up just as you get there.
Well, Torek. Okay, if that's the timing, 'cause
Yeah.
otherwise Torek would have gotten there before, if he could have.
Okay,
That's right.
then Torek arrives separately from Nilathria, and Nilathria arrives last.
Torek appears at a time machine.
Yeah. So you're all now convened, and Ariadne is still kind of just... She sort of holds up her book and says, can I keep reading, or you want me to relocate, or... No, this is my house. I'm going to stay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is my house. Yeah.
Is she soberish?
She's pretty sober.
Ariadne, you're part of this now, so you know.
She sort of gives a worried existential look. It's like, I suppose so. Yes.
Yeah. If
Oh,
we
no,
go
it's a good
down,
thing.
you come down with us, but like we won't go down. We'll be fine.
We could go down.
Where?
We could go swinging. We could take some people out. We'll be
I
fine
thought
with
she
that.
was making a sex joke with that.
To Zuak.
Lie.
Same the way that
We
came
could go
out. I
down.
was like,
We could go down. Well, make me an insight check.
We could go down, all of us could go
Torek.
down.
I'm just happy accepting, but she was willing to go down fighting. Sounds fantastic.
turns around, Ariadne's already got her clothes off. Where's your clothes at?
You'll close it.
So yeah, you all arrive. Zuak, I believe you wanted to talk. Nalathria, I believe you probably want to talk. Probably Stan wants to talk just because he is Stan, but...
That was an 8 insight, by the way.
Vinny, I think you're muted again.
No, it's quiet.
No, he's not.
No, he's just glitched on my screen.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, your mouth's not moving when you talk. You're in 1 frame per second. That's why.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, hello, Morty.
Yeah.
Oh no, my leg's seeping through again, guys.
Yeah.
It takes about an hour to get a reaction out of them, but like we hear it.
The possession is coming.
That's good.
Yeah.
So, who would like to talk?
Okay, guys. Finally we get to see each other. I had a dream last night. And I spoke to my god, and it turns out the threads that I've been chasing, it wasn't him. I don't know what sent me here to do or what I'm doing, but it wasn't him. So, yeah, it's quite jarring actually.
I feel had a vaguely ominous dream, but I think I got it under control.
Wait, you
I
had-
heard something a bit concerning.
Okay, what's happened?
It was brought to my attention that potentially when we were... I'm posing the question, which I know a lot of you wouldn't like, but when we were told that the doppelgangers had backing from the church, they didn't specify what church, and we might have zeroed in on the wrong one.
One Tarot could be innocent.
No, I don't believe that at all.
Come on, you gotta look at the silver lining.
No, I didn't say that they could be innocent. I just said they might not be guilty of this crime.
What, is there another church in town?
There is apparently
many
six
above.
rival. There is 6 rival ones, and one of them is yours, and I point to Zuak's. And you've been very, very quick to point a very firm finger at that church.
Just to clarify, Nalathria, do you say the name of his church when you accuse him?
No.
I have nothing to do with this.
Weren't you also like kids or something? I remember that was brought up. For a
I
while.
don't.
It's a solid
My
accusation.
jaw dropped.
Solid accusation.
It's all coming together.
I was sent that information. I only tried to drug one doppelfuck. No.
And it was a teenager, not a child.
Yeah,
And if
didn't
I
you
would like
take
to
that
point
ball
out-
of a teenager from that cozy house?
If I would like
Accusations
to
made
point
against
out,
Paul's.
Nyla was fully going to take him to a brothel. So, I am not the issue here.
That is also true.
Anyway, no, I
Oh, gee.
don't know what you're
Oh, God,
talking about. I don't work with anyone but myself.
I'm not saying that you're like, to be clear, this isn't me saying you're the bad guy. That's not what this is. I'm just saying you're very adamant that it's that one specific church, and I think that might be to do with different prejudice towards that church, which may also be fair, you as well, and I say to Torek, and I say, however, I think it is actually reasonable that another church has posed as the golden-eyed wonder child of Antaric's church to get their foot in there and start manipulating them.
Or we can do the flip side of that, and his radiance is the one pulling the strings.
But do you know what I mean? Like, that might be the case, but you're kind of shutting off the idea that anything else could be right. And that's a bit suspicious.
I'm not shutting that off. You could be correct, but I believe the one person who has the most to gain from all of this is his radiance.
I don't think so. I think he already has power in this city. I mean, look at what he's done, and I look to Torek and I say, he's maybe already got too much power. Maybe he isn't
they
the
all
one
need to go down.
On
more
that, we can agree, Nyla. He does have too much power.
But I spoke, and I say this pretty much to Torek, like it's out loud to everyone, but I say to Torek, I spoke to Zuri, that's the man who was outside in the garden, and I think his morals align more with ours in terms of he doesn't agree with the harsh judgment of the crime that we saw for the other day, for example. And he doesn't seem to think that his church is entirely innocent or flawless by any means. But it made a lot of sense. It was like, I know that him saying, oh, it could be another church, could be him trying to manipulate, but it made a lot of sense, and I think we should at least look at the possibility of, if there's another god that is their god is the god of sun, and these souls of the king are being trapped in a realm of darkness. That doesn't strike me as something that a sun god would have a massive part in, or want a massive part in. So I think we need to look at gods and churches that are related to the Shadowfell as being the church in question.
I'm happy to look into any other church, but the one thing I won't be stepping down from is destroying that one.
Destroying?
I don't
You
think
can't
destroy
is
the right word. I think disassemble and rebuild under new management.
Agreed.
Yeah, I like that idea. You get rid of all of the bad apples.
Yeah, I'm going to say to Torek, people should be held accountable, but not everyone, and I say this very pointedly, and I go, not everyone should be tarred with the same brush, just for being associated.
Unless they let it happen, in which the church has done.
Not every single person in that church is going to have been involved or been aware or within the power to even know what was happening if it was something big.
Yeah, I believe that. I do believe that. But
I still...
Plenty of children were raised with that church being the main church, guys. You can't just tell anyone who has slight connections.
I have... It has been confirmed to me that the Crimson Dawn is taking place at this moment in time as well, which is a heresy for the Church of Antarok. It's involved.
I think it's separate. I think it's two things coexisting at once.
There is two things coexistence at once. It's the demon, the cult, and whatever else going on in the background.
Make me an intelligence check or a religion check.
I'll do a religion.
Oh, Morty. I miss him so.
Okay, I'll do a religion. A 4.
4? You get no insight. No extra insight.
It was the church. I fully believe that once we have sorted what we have, we can let the Church of Antarok rebuild and be a better organisation for it. But we need to cut off the head.
Actually, Zuak, I think on a 4, the only thing you do click onto is that Nalathria did say your church was involved. And you don't have a church. I think that's probably the only thing that you have clicked to.
Yeah, it's fully like, I'm not rising to it though. He's like that. You believe what you want, but there's literally just me. So there's literally just me.
Why aren't we interrogating Piss Pants?
Well, I was about to say we should go interrogate Piss Pants.
We go shopping for it.
And shopping first.
Yay.
And then we interrogate Piss Pants. And get more information because we don't have enough yet.
Can I ask, if you, Suax, you said you had a dream, and Stan, you said as well that you did Lubnub and Nyla, did you also have dreams?
I think mine was unrelated.
Lubnub?
You see him go to say something a lot more harsher, and then just Nyla Feria says the whole. I think mine was unrelated. He's going to go ditto.
Continue, Torek, sorry.
No, please, no. You
don't want it.
Torek, continue. You were saying something.
Is there anything else we want to discuss, or are we going to start taking action?
I think we take action.
Right, you go to a worthless shopping thing. I'm going back to that sewer to investigate again.
I
I'm
will
using the
buy you
castle.
some items. Lubnub, I will get you some things.
There is a slight glare.
I'm going to use my money, not your money, so I'm not buying it. I'm taking it.
Lubnub removes himself from the situation before Zax
Taking
puts his
it.
mouth in it. I removed myself from the situation.
Right,
Torek kind of like stays a little dumbfounded, because right now he was like this morning he was headed, or this lunch he was headed to basically just find his radiance and go and kill them right then and there, or at least try. It wouldn't work, but and suddenly he's confronted with, okay, let's get to action time, and it's Lubnub going to do some more investigation and the others going shopping. So he's kind of like a little defeated, and I think goes over to where Ariadne is and sits down next to her. Not right next to her, obviously on the furthest possible end of the sofa, but
I stand in the corner of the room
nearish.
and make eye contact with Torek, and I flick my head like, come have a chat.
He starts having a panic attack.
She just stands at the other end of the room, points, and just goes,
Yeah. I do that, and then I turn, make a slight whistle under my breath, and leave. I'm like,
yeah.
I am a spy.
Torek looks over vaguely at Ariadne, who I guess is just reading, not really caring.
She's watching you all talk now.
Okay. Oh, Mochi. Sorry, I keep being distracted.
He's a very good boy.
I miss him so much.
He's
Oh
doing
my
cat
goodness.
things.
He's being ginger. Gets up and follows. Well, walks over very nervously to Nyla.
Okay, you and Nalathria have a
Not gonna be
private.
speaking first.
I'm just gonna. Listen. I believe there was a reason why you did what you did. I'm not necessarily happy that you did it. I think I've smoothed it over somewhat. I don't think you care, but I think I have. But it's very like, I don't want you to think that I'm saying that I believe her and not you, because I am not saying that. But what I'm saying is that she's giving me more information than you're giving me. And that's really difficult to defend you when I'm only hearing the other side that's very incriminating about yourself. It's a difficult one. I'm not going to bring it up to the party. You don't need to worry about that.
Yeah, I think Torek has a think back and is like, it's very easy to tell true facts about my life and make me seem like the bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
But I kind of, not right now, you don't need to right now, but I need you to give me more if you want me to side with you. And I hope you understand that.
There was a child out on the streets, and I took her in, and I looked after her for 4 years, and they let her die because of the faith healing, and they imprisoned me for trying to stop them from taking her from me. My mind won't be changed about them ever.
I understand. I totally, I do understand. She sounded prejudiced against you, and I did defend you. Or I tried to. And I get that they must have taken a lot from you. But I genuinely don't think that the church are all evil. I think it's more complicated than that. And I think if you go in the way you did, nothing's going to change, except you will be dead. Whereas if you try to do things in a different way, you might change it and get some of what you want and not be dead.
I won't stop until all of those involved in that particular incident are dead. And I think Torek is going to look into her eyes a bit, trying to be like, I really don't mean this disrespectfully kind of thing. Like, there's no anger in his eyes at Nyla, but is then gonna look away and slowly walk off. Yeah, that's all he. Yeah, that's all he has the strength for today.
So, on that happy note, you guys start making your way to the high street. It's only like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Where would you like to go shopping?
I think I need to sign off now.
Okay,
I've
wonderful.
Told you the things that I want.
Yeah,
if
I'm
able
happy.
to get
I'm
them.
happy to just add some things to your
Okay.
inventory and take away gold prices.
Cool. Right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you later.
Jenna will return 2025.
No, she won't.
It's already 2025.
Jenna will return 2026.
That's plausible.
Yeah, she's not allowed back for a year now. That's the rule.
Yeah.
Damn.
So, where would you all like to go?
What we do to traitors who talk to the church.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's true. The balance of church liking to disliking just got it's got rapidly different.
Hi, guy.
Right, I would be hunting out an amulet of the devout +3. So I'm gonna look for anywhere that would sell like kind of generic religious paraphernalia that I could modify myself.
Excellent. Make me a, I guess, just investigation, just to go around and see if you can find any shops selling anything religious.
I guidance myself. I'm going to. Can I cast guidance on myself?
Yes, yes, you can.
I'll lost my rolls today. So investigation.
Yeah, or perception.
I will do perception because I got a +7 on that. Oh, 24.
24. You find, I think there's a small part of the party that's just wandering round, and you go past the street where Mad Marvin's used to be and find that there is nothing there anymore. And I want to be clear, I don't mean that there is a shop that is empty. I mean the building has been moved or removed or destroyed in some capacity.
That's kind of wild.
Baba
You
Yaga,
nipped
that
it.
house stood up and walked away.
He's Baba Yaga.
And as you are walking round, it takes you a little while till you find a shop. Its filigree's very odd, but it says Rambling Ronnie's Religious Records.
Okay. I would like to go into Rambling Ronnie's. I would like to go into Rambling Ronnie's. I'm just gonna like stroll on through the door. Do I see who I think I see?
You see Mad Marvin behind the counter, and as soon as you walk in, he's like, "Alright, mate, how's things? What's going on? How's things, man?"
You must be Ronnie. Oh my God.
just for a wee bit, eh?
Yeah. Well, Marvin, I seem to be here shopping again for some magical artifacts and items.
Oh, interesting. Now, I can't help but tell. The cards on the table here. Nose like a bloodhound. Fucking, I think you guys are strapped for cash. Massive amounts of cash. I can smell it fees. So, what do you say we break out the good stuff, eh?
That's what I'm looking for. Yeah.
Follow me.
Okay.
And he goes to the back of the room, puts a key into the door hole there, turns it, and as he opens it, you literally hear, ah, and as the door opens, it's a bright light of shining eloquency, and inside you see the door as it opens starts glowing red, and you see lots of M's drawn all over each other in big red writing. And as you enter in, he says, "This is my special area for VIP extra special customers. Welcome to Mad Marvin's Mystical Maniacal Magical Mansion."
I'm assuming it's all tax-free, Marvin, yeah?
Tax-free my ass. You pay double in here, and it's all to me.
Well, let's begin.
So, and as you walk in, this is a cavernous expanse. As you walk in, you can see there are rooms leading off in different areas. This is a maze in this place. And as you're going by, you can see automatons working in a forge. You can see whole libraries of magical gear being researched by like wind spirits and earth spirits walking around. And as you walk by, you can actually see there is a full-time receptionist that's sitting there, looks to be a half-elven woman. This is the only real person you see in here, and she nods her hat to you all and says, "Hello, Marvin. How are you today?" And she's like, "All right, pal. How's things? No bother. It's just gone through. I tell you what. You guys want a drink? You want anything? Anything to drink? Food, water, alcohol. What do you want? Spit it out, man. Spit it out. Come on."
I think I'm okay, Marvin. I think.
Oh, come on. It's all free. Come on.
Staniel, look.
Food, drink,
Free,
smoke.
completely free. Never added to our price.
Is Torek with us?
I presume everyone's here,
Yeah, we're all here.
I'm not there.
apart from
Oh, yeah,
Lubnub, who
Lub-
specifically
Lub-
said,
Torek. Yeah. Torek was supposed to stay, but I think after the chat with Nyla, he was like, "Oh, if I stay here, she might want to follow that up." So did go off and join.
"Okay,
I think I'm gonna be joining in with whatever's happening, but I'll have to decide if I've actually bought something after, if that's okay, because obviously
sure."
forgot. So Torek is going to say yes to a drink.
Excellent. Yeah, he says, "What do you want? What do you want to drink?"
Gin.
As you say gin, you feel your arm compelled up into a holding stance, and a glass materializes in your hand.
Oh, Marvin. Oh, Marvin. Torek doesn't say that because he could not, but just
You really are a magical man, Marvin.
This is my home, and my home
I love
am
you, Marvin.
king.
Now, to get down to detail, we're going to need some hard hitters.
Right, what you after? Spill it on me. Come on.
We're not pulling any stops here. We're looking for top tier. Now, I need an amulet of the devout, first off. +3 if it can be.
Amulet of the Devout. Right, let's see. And he sort of wanders round in a circle. I want to re-clarify. He's in the lobby in front of his receptionist, and you see him walk in a circle twice, and then another quarter turn, and he stops and just in front of nothing, and he reaches his hand out into the ether, and you see his hand disappear, and he pulls out an amulet. It looks to have a gigantic diamond set into the centre with religious iconography of not anything in particular, just words like heal, devout, holy, that sort of thing. And he passes that over to you.
The needed modifications to this.
You will need to personalise it, of course, but Amulet of the Devout, that'll be 10G.
I think I can make that work. 2 other items, one of them not so much.
Right.
The Devotee Sensor would be a really nice thing to have.
Devotee Sensor. That would be, and he takes 2 steps back, pulls out of the air again, and hands you it. That'll be another 10G.
And a Scarab of Protection.
Oh, that's a nasty piece of work, that is. Okay. He takes 4 steps to the left, almost like crab walking, and he, rather than reaching out, like almost just sort of waves his hand in the air and grasps something and pulls it out of the ether, and passes you a Scarab of Protection. Now that'll be 20.
Oh, right. I'll need to do some calculations here to figure out what I want. Specifically, did Lubnub send over what he wanted to me?
Nope.
That's
the one thing me and you said that maybe could be useful for Lubnub is either a ring of necrotic resistance or that brooch of shielding, was it?
You told me brooch of shielding, yeah.
That's the 2 items that you could remotely convince Lubnub to take.
okay. I'm looking for something for Lubnub. I'm not entirely sure. He's kind of the reason why we have this money. So any kind of shielding effects would be fantastic for him as a gift.
Shielding. I mean, I have scrolls of shield. I have actual shields.
Doesn't really like reading too much.
Okay, what about an actual shield?
I mean, we could do a ring of necrotic resistance would be fantastic for him.
I could do that. Yeah, I could do that. That's no problem. And he actually holds out his hand and pulls a ring he's wearing off and passes it to you. That'd be about 5G. That's not too bad.
That's 5. And the other two items was 10.
So you're at 45 total.
We're going to get rid of something then. I might need to take off the sensors. The sensor of the devout. The devout, please. And I'll take these 3 items.
Very well. 35,000.
I've got another 5,000. Is there any chance I could have like a couple of healing potions thrown in there if you have them?
Oh, healing potions. What you after? Data superior. Your superior are about 1,000 each. Greater, you're talking 500 to 700.
How about we do 2 superior?
Excellent. Add 2 superior to your thing. It's 2 grand total.
And boom. Got a bit of protection. I think that's everything, Marvin. That's absolutely perfect. What was the total for the
37,000.
37.
What about you, Sir Staniel? What are you after?
First things first. How much is the difference between a Rod of the Pack Keeper +2 or +3?
+2 I would give you for 5,000. +3 would be 8.
I'll take a +3.
Take a +3.
Mm-hmm. Second of all, how much would if I can find it, how much would the Amulet of Health be worth?
Oh, an Amulet of Health. That's going to sting you a bit. I would say 20 grand.
What about plate +1?
Now, plate's 1,000 gold off the bat. So, you're talking 15 grand for that level of protection. It's one of the best armours you can buy in the world at that point.
And how much would a Ring of Regeneration be worth?
Big ticket items you're talking about here, Stan. I would say that's the most valuable of the lot. Call that 30 grand.
Would you? It's not as green. I mean,
The regeneration effect, though. It's a Ring of Regeneration. It can be common. It's still expensive. You can make lots of them. They're still expensive.
I'll take the +3 rod and the plate for now.
So you're dropping 23,000.
Yeah.
So you're getting +1 plate, and you're getting Rod of the Pack Keeper +3. Hello?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Anything else? You don't want the Amulet of Health? I thought you were gonna pocket for that for 20.
I don't have enough money. At 25.
Excellent.
I think that's a good set of items, though. I think that's a good combination of items.
Yeah.
I knew we weren't going to be able to get everything we wanted.
Yeah, the only reason the ring's so expensive is because it eliminates the need for any short resting. Like, it's a full character thing of you will always go back up to full hit points whenever you're not in combat.
Oh, how could that possibly be overpowered? What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's massively powerful.
Nah, man.
That
I give it to
ring,
everyone.
that ring means if you are dropped in combat and save your death saves, by the time you wake up, you're at full health again.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I know it's great. 30 grand.
Yeah, I couldn't afford that base level at 25.
So, lads, Torek, I can come speak to you afterward if you'd wish. We'll have a meeting. I believe Nalathria wants to have a chat with me as well. Obviously, everything's all going grand.
Nah.
I gotta ask, pal. Where'd you get the cash?
Rob the bank.
Fair enough. Aye, that would do it.
Torek looks up and just keeps downing the glass. Looks at Zuax, looks at Marvin to see what the reaction to that is, and is just like, no, I'm not. I don't actually want to know.
Looking at Torek and being like, yeah, man, go for it, try.
How much gin do you drink? It's infinitely refilling.
Oh, it's refilling. Torek doesn't even need to ask for that.
No.
I think he gets. They were fairly fast, but I think he is very nervous. I mustn't channel Tiso too much. I think he's at the halfway through the third by the time they're done, which isn't too bad.
So you're well approaching tipsy though.
Yes.
Right, so only one thing left to do, lads. You've been here. Would you like to come back? And he produces a key. If you'd like, I can sell you access to my VIP lounge. Now, you can't sleep here. You'll always be kicked out if you try and sleep. However, you can come here and buy things whenever you like. And if you needed 10-15 minutes to rest, you might be able to take short rests here. But if you ever fall asleep, you'll be immediately shunted into wherever you were.
Oh man.
I'll sell you a key for 5 grand.
We are all...
And I will clarify, you need a door.
Okay.
It needs to go on a door.
That's so cool, man. We can see Marvin
window.
anytime.
We could come visit Marvin in the middle of the night.
The window work.
No, it needs to be a door. Because my front door isn't a windy.
What about a trap door?
Yeah. Can't argue with that.
No, it's not a trap door either. It's a door. You walk through it. You know what my front door looks like. All this key does is turn whatever door you're trying to go through into my front door.
Would it work on a portcullis?
As long as it's swung that way and no uppy down.
Oh. So swing that way.
Aye, it would work on a gate,
And
but
no
it wouldn't
uppy.
work on an uppy down one.
What
You know
about
how
a gate?
big the door is?
What about a
Like, could
gate
it
on
be
a
like a
fence?
30-foot tall door?
Aye, it would work on a 30-foot tall door. The door grows and shrinks, so a fence would also work.
So I wouldn't come through tiny. Good.
No, you wouldn't come through tiny.
Well, I only have about a grand left. If anyone
I've got 2 grand.
will get 3.
I can 2. I can complete with 2.
We'll do that.
Excellent.
Okay,
5
Marvin,
grand,
we'll buy
and he
this key.
holds the key out to whomever would like to take it.
I'll take off 2 grand from my thing for now.
Alright, would you like to hold the key?
Responsibility? Yeah, I suppose if he's given it, he will take it. He's looking at he actually looks at the glass and like kind of, without asking the question, looks at Marvin, looks at the glass, looks at Marvin.
Refreshments are served upon any entry.
He takes the key.
I will warn you.
He pockets the key.
It's only drink. There's no food. I was going to make you food.
Oh, the horror!
It's only. And I know we'll also say you can have water. It doesn't need to be alcohol either. As a note. What did you say, Stan?
What about smoothie?
As you say smoothie, your arm is compelled up into a holding position, and whatever flavour of smoothie you would happen to be thinking of appears in your hand.
Guys, we can get nutrients from smoothies. We can this is just crushed up berries. We can just eat these.
What about
Todic finishes his half gin.
Baylor's blood?
That's not a drink, and as he's saying that, your hand pushes up into a holding position, and you are presented with a drink in your hand. It looks like to be a deep red liquid.
I didn't want it.
And Marvin looks at you and says, "Now that
hang on.
That
Yeah, don't
it might be a cocktail."
Nyla was looking for something to put in a fountain.
It might be possible that there's a cocktail called Baylor's blood, and that's why you got a drink.
Well,
That's
maybe
true.
I can trick Nyla into
Sniff it. What is it?
I'm gonna give it a wee sniff.
It smells like a mixture of like crushed raspberries and rum.
Iron and ooh, that smells.
Ooh.
That's.
Well, a fountain of that would be absolutely fantastic. Can we take this cup with us?
No, and indeed, as soon as you let go, it will dematerialize.
Well, I'm gonna let go of it then.
As soon as you let go, it doesn't even hit the ground. No liquid spills. As soon as it leaves contact with your skin, it dematerializes.
Now we need to go find Lubnub and give him his gift.
As a note, that will also happen upon exiting. Keep an eye. Just the next time he's going to the toilet, fucking, it's going to disappear as you pee. Just as a note. Just to make sure everybody's aware of the situation that's going to happen, right?
Is it going to be
Upon no longer touching you, the liquid disappears. Right? Just to fully clarify, I don't want any panicked phone calls in the middle of the night, right? Fucking just, it's happened before. You've got the key now.
So much.
You got the key. Just fucking don't bother me.
Well, I can't wait to come here again and spend more money.
Well,
Todic
I can't wait to have
zips the pocket shut.
As soon as you take the key, you feel it burrowing into your skin, and it vanishes inside you.
Boric, the key.
Boric, you lost it.
We need to pick
I'm
Boric up
sorry.
and twist him at the right
What
angle.
what the fuck did you do to it? What you doing?
I didn't.
What you doing?
This isn't normal.
Don't fucking no. What you doing?
I didn't do it. I didn't do anything. Is he taking the piss?
Make
Can
me
I
an
insight check him?
Make me an insight check.
Boric, he offered you food. If you want to eat something, don't eat the food.
That's a 16 plus 3, 19.
Yeah, he's absolutely winding you up. That was supposed to happen.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, has looked at Marvin, noticed it, and been like, oh god, how am I supposed to tell them that he's taking the piss? This is awkward. They haven't realised. Oh my god. Oh god.
We'll just have to pick
Boric
Boric up
we'll
now,
see if we can
man.
get it out.
So, if you go to use it on a door, it's got its own safety mechanism. If the door's not compatible, the key won't come out.
I'd wait to try it on everything.
Guys, I have an idea. It's such a stupid idea and it's such a bad one. We should never try it. But what would happen if we used it on Ariadne's dad's door?
Oh,
then
that
it would
be
turn
fun.
it would turn his door into my door. What's
It's already a portal, Marvin. Would it disconnect that portal? Would he be trapped?
Is it like
Oh, do you know
Bluetooth?
what? That's a great point. Two interdimensional spaces trying to form in the same dimension will always cause a portal to the astral to open up, and everything will be sucked inside, and everyone involved, unless they're powerful enough, will die. So don't try and open it like inside a bag of holding or something like that. If I don't know what you keep in your bags of holding, but if you happen to have a door in one of them and you go inside your bag of holding and try and use it, it counts as two extra dimensional spaces. They'll collide, that'll explode, and then you'll all be sucked into the vacuum of space.
That doesn't sound good.
Yeah. So if you were today, like, if this was already a portal, if the magic didn't overwrite, then the two would probably collide. Especially, I'm assuming he's got some sort of actual portal, or maybe a magnificent mansion or something like that. Fucking, I don't know. But if his portal leads to an extra dimensional space, the two can't collide. But if it's a teleportation circle, one of them will win against the other. Whoever has a more powerful enchantment will win against the other. And out on a limb, I would probably say I would probably win in most contests of pure power. So I would probably permanently destroy whatever teleportation magic was on that portal to begin with.
Marvin, I've got a question. If opening your mansion inside a bag of holding causes it to suck into the vacuum of space, why does it bring a bag of holding into your mansion cause it to kill us?
It's not the same thing. You're not creating an interdimensional space when you're in here.
Right.
Are you raising your hand still, or are you lagging out?
I'm lagging out, I'm afraid. Sorry.
Right, you've just
Something
raised
got
your
bad.
hand. That's how far away you are.
Why is that only the case on your computer? Because he's fine on my shitty laptop.
I don't
he's
know.
doing the same on mine. He's
Yeah.
doing the same on mine.
The shitty laptops.
Not downloaded enough RAM yet.
Just needs to
Yeah, you gotta
download more
download more.
You're saying only my laptop is keeping up with
With
Vinny's
Vinny's, yeah.
weird
Yeah.
thing.
I mean,
At this
Our
moment.
my computer's doing
laptops
fine with
on
Vinny.
the same wavelength.
There we go.
So,
So
you've got a key. If you
oh,
are want to come back at any point, feel free. I might not be here. If I'm not here, speak to Ruby. She is my front desk assistant. Other than that, have a nice day.
Perfect, Marvin. I hope you have a fantastic day as well.
I will.
Oh,
physically.
As a small note, I'm laying low at the moment, so don't say you got weapons for me everywhere. Me and Titan's Fist don't get along particularly well.
Don't worry, we got it for David.
we got these things from Ricky.
Ronnie.
That one, yeah.
Ronnie.
Rambling Ronnie.
Rambling Ronnie.
Rambling Ronnie. Absolute legend.
Love it.
By the way, Mark, does your shop have legs?
No. Maybe it could though. I could do that.
I think it could.
If I really wanted to. I could put legs on a shop.
I think they destroyed the old building.
No, I did that.
You
I wiped it
destroyed
off the face of the earth. Don't need it anymore.
Didn't you just take it with you?
Why would I take it with me? I've got a house.
Yeah, but you could sell that house as a magic item.
The fuck do I want to sell that house for? I've
Why do you want to sell it?
I've just made more money than most people in this city will have in their entire life, and that already don't pay for food or drink or rent.
What an icon.
There are dragons out there that would shudder to think of the wealth I keep in this place. I don't need to sell a house. I just get rid of the shit I don't need.
Can I insight check on Marvin if he's a dragon or not?
Make me an insight check.
Marvin, why do you need more money?
Get
So
a
it's
1 and
20,
truly
dirty
think he's a
20.
dragon.
Dirty 20?
Mm.
Is that what you said? Dirty 20?
Yeah, dirty 20.
You get the sense that Marvin is a pure-blooded human. And then I think Zuax does some math at the age of Mad Marvin being in his early 30s, and also the fact that he's a pure-blooded human. He should not have been able to be as powerful as he is right now. I think something triggers in Zuak that goes, no, hold on, he's not a dragon, and also separately from that, he should have been a dragon. Like, if that would have been that would have made much more sense than what is going on here. Does that make sense? Like, I think you're suddenly seeing the absence of a good excuse as to why he is the way he is.
Marvin, can I ask you a bit of a personal question?
Shoot, pal, what's up?
Are you Mammon, the god of greed?
The fuck did you just say to me? Did you just accuse me of being the god of greed? I charged you a reasonable price. I don't need this slander out on the streets about my shop, right? No standing for that. That's fucking mental. Do you have any idea how wild it is to just come up to a random shopkeeper and go, hey, you charged me for services. Are you the god of greed? Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm putting down here? That's fucking unreasonable. I would have accepted if you had said something like, this is highway robbery, ha 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 ha. No, you've just come out and fucking spat out a shitty truth there. Do you know what I mean? That's no good. That's no good. No, I'm no man want the god of greed, you freak. The fuck would that be? And also, I wouldn't have admitted to that. See, if I am man want the god of greed, I'm not going to tell you that, right? That's not how that would work at all.
I was more thinking you're extremely powerful. You could be a god.
I can't believe you just called Stan a freak.
You know what? You're probably right. I could be a god. I'm not a god though, right? That's how that works. I don't want people to worship me. I've no got a pantheon or a fucking anything like that. It's wild. It's a wild accusation to come out the back pocket.
What a devils and demons around.
See, if you had said, are you a devil, I would have understood completely for that. I've got a good amount of power, I'm a bit weird. Devil would have made perfect sense. You've jumped straight from reasonable to god of greed. That's where my problem comes. Do you see what I'm saying? You were like, that's like finding, do you know the old adage, if you see 4 legs, think horse, not zebra? Right, you've thought, I've seen 4 legs, it's probably Jesus. Right, that's where you've jumped to. Do you know what I'm saying? You've seen no proof that I'm the god of greed, and you've spouted it out anyway. Right? That's fucking unreasonable.
The red colour palette, the bunch of drinks.
What do you mean red colour palette? That's fucking...
Well, when we walked in, it was bright red and
my
glowing.
logo's red, aye, my logo's red.
And it's got a bunch of M's for Mammon. You see where I'm going with this one.
Or for Marvin.
Or for Marvin, which is my name, aye.
For Mammon. Think about Marvin, Mammon.
No, think about it. Stan, Satan, which is it? Come on, fucking reveal yourself. He's
the horns and pentagram.
He's gonna place his hand on you, and he's gonna say, "If you are Satan, die." And he's gonna pulse light through your body, and you feel a tingle of your devilish side activate.
That kind of dead heart, not gonna lie. But I didn't die, so.
Aye, that's because you're no Satan, right? That's because normal people don't jump to that immediately.
Bad if I felt tingles, Marvin.
Well, not if you're a warlock, I suppose.
Okay.
I like I've went to go try and find a cult, and I'm going to be the one having the normal adventure.
Yeah.
Marvin's just literally called Stan a freak.
Can I insight check to see if Marvin is the god of greed?
I'm gonna insight check that as well.
Make me an insight check.
You got an insight if Mammon.
16.
Did he defend himself a little bit too hard there?
Oh, Stan, win.
16.
What did you get?
Both of us got 16.
16. Again, he does appear to be just human, which is suspicious, but he appears to be just human.
Why? Well, I guess we're gonna have
Let's
to.
moonbeam him.
Moonbeam.
I guess we're gonna have to say goodbye on that one, Marvin.
Moonbeam, my god.
We will be back.
Torek, to hide his laughter, was halfway through another glass of gin now, as well, by the way. Yeah.
I actually nearly pissed myself there, man. Right.
Absolutely iconic.
I don't know where it came from, but I do think one of my favourite lines
This
Mad
is-
Marvin's ever said is, if you see four legs, think horse, not zebra, and you've thought Jesus. I don't know where it came from, but I'm quite happy with that as a rabbit hole I've went down.
It's also the fact that you got the quote wrong.
I
I
know.
don't know if that was on purpose or not.
I know. I couldn't think of the real quote on the fly, so I just made my own up.
I mean, it worked.
Yeah, the quotes, if you hear hooves, think horse, not zebra.
Yeah. Well, we're kind of like yours better now.
I'll get you identity one day.
This should kickstart shots for TikTok again, because this one would
Yeah,
go on well.
that would have went way.
I mean, we have the recording.
Yeah, we do have the recording. We could maybe clip that. Anyway, on that note,
Check. Look at this guy's ball.
it is getting a little late. We've been going for nearly 4 hours now, so I think we're going to call it there on Mammon,
Really?
the god
What?
of greed, being exposed.
For Lubnub.
Well, I mean, do we want to stick about? I'm happy to keep going.
I'm exhausted, but I just feel bad for Lub.
We could join Lubnub in the sewers. We can go meet up with them, because I think it'd be better for all of us investigating instead of just one.
Well, maybe you should have went to the sewers instead of going shopping, you fucks.
Really.
Maybe you should have came and seen Mad Marvin.
Why would I?
Rambling Ronnie.
He's
Mad
an
Marvin.
icon. He's an absolute icon, that's why.
I don't even have a copper to my name.
Do we want to keep going?
Whose fault
I
is
can
that?
keep going.
I'm going to keep going for this. Because I'm pretty sure it's got to be Lubnub does this, and you're like, okay, nothing happens. I'm like, great, cool.
You never
That was
know.
me.
You never know.
So I'm going to keep going because I'm convinced it'll be 2 minutes and then we're done.
Yeah, I'm sticking around for Lubnub's adventure, whether it's big or small. But
Cool.
after Lubnub, I'm
Marvin turns to you all and says, right, where do you want spat out? Right, you want
At the castle would be really, really convenient, actually.
at the castle?
at the castle.
Yeah, I've got an idea.
I can take you to the castle. Yeah.
Oh, Zurax, what's the what's the idea?
I'm gonna bring King Tommen back from the dead.
All right, castle then. But we can't be doing that tonight.
No, we're not gonna do that. tonight.
I hate to
Yeah.
tell you this. I think King Tommen's alive. Is he no king at the moment?
I think Tommen is
Tommen's
alive.
senior.
Oh no, but I'm talking about the previous
Harold.
King Tommen.
Tommen's
The
senior.
previous king was called Harold.
No,
Yeah,
but
Harold.
The one before that
Yeah, the
one.
previous king.
Oh, he was
Senior.
Oh,
Senior.
fucking
Tommen Senior.
Harold's
the
dad.
dad.
Yeah, Tommen
Yeah.
Senior. Yeah.
Right.
That
Old
Tommen.
King
He was
Tommen.
called Tommen.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
He
something
named
like
his
that.
oldest son after himself.
So you get Tommen.
wait, that one was the
Senior.
oldest. Tommen
Aye.
was the oldest?
So Tommen had a wife, right? And then she had a kid called Tommen. And then she had another kid called Edward. And then she had another kid called Harold. And Harold was king.
Quite evading, almost prideful.
I'm
You
gonna
know
bring
about
King
that,
Tommen
would
back
you?
from the dead, baby.
You look confused by the concept, Torek. When a mummy and daddy king love each other very much, right? They end up having
A mummy and daddy king.
aye,
Both of them are king.
aye, so that you can get
Are you
another king.
homophobic?
When no, listen, don't fucking start me, right? That's no wild. If an owl and an owl have a kid, you get an owl. If a king and a king have a kid, you get a king. That's how that works, right? Tell me my logic's false, right? Honestly, tell me the problem with that logic.
A mummy and daddy king.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay,
Torek,
Marvin,
just
think
like
about it. If a ram and a ewe have a child, they give birth to either one.
They give birth to an abomination. That's, in my opinion, interspecies breeding. It's no good for you, Stan.
No,
You've got to be careful with that stuff.
So many books here. You got to
Nah,
read the one on.
no, I don't like that.
What can I do?
Nah. Rams should breed with rams to make more rams. That's how that works.
Marvin, I'm
Marvin
sorry, but what you're
is-
suggesting here is this.
He's the ultimate ally. Or he's gay.
Do the
He might be gay.
He is gay. It's confirmed he is
And
gay.
Matt is dead. You killed Matt, you bastard.
Do you out loud say he's gay?
No, we're not starting that one.
Either gay or didn't like.
I think he did confirm he was gay, actually.
Well, he said he was gay.
It's a meme where William
He said he
Dafoe was
was gay. He
talking about
might
the other
just
guy,
be
and he's
trying
like,
to let
he's
her down,
gay,
like.
and he's got so much interesting about him, and all that.
So you want to go to the castle, right? Cool. On you go, and he just opens
When
the
the
door
mummy
again.
and daddy king had sex.
Aye, don't question my logic. That was fucking that was an impeccable talk. That was the talk.
You have a lot of knowledge on that. Asmodeus?
When Daddy King and Daddy King
Did you
love each
just
other.
try? Did you, honest to God, try your luck at a different demon? That was a different devil. You just called me Asmodeus, didn't you? You wee shit. I'm going to kill you if you try this again. I'm no any kind of... No.
If it helps you miss when I called you Lucifer.
No, listen. I'm called Marvin, right? I had a mum and a dad, and I was born human. And
A
that's
mummy
how...
and daddy human.
No, aye, mummy and daddy human. Tell me I'm wrong with that.
You're right, actually, that one.
Fucking,
Yeah.
it does work. See? That logic works.
Are
What?
you human?
Am I human? Aye.
Always nice to ask, never nice to assume.
The fuck are you on about? Are you whatever you are?
I don't know. I can be whatever I want.
That's fair
No,
enough,
technically,
actually.
you're an
That's-
abomination, aren't you? Because
That's
you're
fair
a
enough.
half something.
No,
Wow.
he's a full blood Goliath, I think.
Right.
And I'm a full-blood Goliath.
Aye, a mummy and a daddy
Don't call-
So
Goliath.
you had him.
You're gonna have the balls to walk up to Lubnub and call him an abomination.
Marvin would, aye, yeah. Marvin would, aye.
That would be nothing you could do about it.
I don't think Torek would.
Torik's been called an abomination all his life. He's just laughing at the concept of a mummy and daddy sheep being making an abomination because of their different names.
No, a mummy and a daddy
What's that
sheep.
one?
No, I want to qualify here. I want to be as crystal clear as possible. A mummy and a daddy sheep make a baby sheep. A mummy and a daddy ram you. That's no acceptable. Right?
Marvin, what is a you?
No.
No.
A you
Marvin.
is a me when you're saying it, but when I say you say you. Do you see what I'm saying?
No. It feels like why you.
No, it's no. I'm dyslexic and I know that's not how you spell you.
But you talk.
I am so glad Lubnub did not come to this
think about
conversation.
it like the word that they are. There's so many different spellings, right?
Oh Christ.
No, there's
I'm
no.
sorry I started this again.
And I'll tell you why. Because I don't speak common. I don't write common, and it's know what's happening. Right? So there's no anything to do with there, and there in my language.
Marvin, what are you speaking right now?
Scottish.
Hey.
See, that's no common, is it? No everybody can understand me.
It's really not common. Where
See? Fucking
are you from?
Glasgow.
It's no canon.
Oh, is that right next to Edinburgh that I've heard of?
No, I've never heard of that.
Oh. Yeah, I think my cousin lives over there. Do you know him?
I don't know. I don't think there's any Goliaths there, if I'm honest with you. And I will clarify, the name of the place I'm from is Glensgey. Glensgey.
Yeah, Glasgow.
Aye. Just so that I'm fully clear on what's happening here.
That's
just so I'm out of character, just so I'm clear on that, when I'm lore keeping, I am adding a city called Glensky, right?
Glensky to the lore.
He didn't say it was a city. He said it was a place called
I'm adding
Glensky.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm adding that.
It's
I
up
can't
north.
wait.
Yeah,
to
I-
be the lore keeper.
I just want you to know, I'm a throwaway guy character, right? But that's a real place in Orlea. It's on my maps.
It's
That's
canon
where
now.
I'm from.
It's canon.
Is that next to Ironland?
No, I don't think it is actually.
Oh damn!
I think it's up past. Where's my map?
It's up past your bedtime.
Up past your bedtime, pal. Just bringing up my map.
Evolved into chaos right at the very end, man.
It's beautiful. I love Mad Marvin so much. He's an icon.
Where is
I
it?
am
Where
sorry
is
I
it?
started it again though, Lub Nub.
It's up near the Free Territory of Dundish.
I feel bad for Lubnob if he doesn't find something or someone to hit with his hammer.
Right,
I
anyway,
think he probably won't.
stop accusing
sorry,
me. Stop accusing me of being anything other than human. I'm human, right? And he literally kicks Stan out the portal.
Dragon Bone, man.
Yeah.
Listen, mate, I'm only
Torek
human after.
Torek holds out a trembling hand as if to like people shake hands, right? Like
Yeah, he
to say
shakes your
goodbye.
hand. Yeah, he's happy to shake your hand.
Successful. Okay. Turns around, nods, turns around again, goes through portal.
Shakes his own hand.
Here's hoofs, thinks it's a dragon. So, the one question I have, as Torek exits the portal, is he instantly sober since the alcohol leaves? Oh no, you said it's when he leaves his body.
It's when it leaves the body,
Yeah.
yeah, actually.
Never mind.
So
Never
still
mind.
tipsy. That's the only way he got the confidence to try and shake his hand.
Yo, imagine peeing but nothing comes out because as soon as it leaves the body, it just disappears.
Yeah. Yeah, like you see it right at the very tip and it just disappears.
So
Dream
So
of hope
Torek
coming out.
could not use the toilet, and technically he'd be
No.
pissing himself, but not pissing himself.
Yeah, you have to willingly pee yourself though.
Yeah, I think he will try. He will use a toilet, to be honest, or at least not, not directly in his pants, just
My
to
next
be
character
sure.
is going to come from Glensky.
Be a coward. That's right. Don't be a coward. Shot yourself.
Don't be a coward.
But yeah.
I'm clipping that as well. Don't be a coward. Shout yourself.
So yes, you are ejected. Actually, in a very odd fashion, because you are ejected from the castle's main front door, being kicked out as guards are all around you. Stan, you are kicked out of the castle in their mind, and then they turn round and they see Torek and Zuak stepping in from a fully different building, and then the door closes again.
You guys might want to up your security.
Where did you come from? And while
This is
you
for next time, isn't it?
while you explain it, we cut back to Lubnub. So, Lubnub, where would you like to go?
I'm going back to that same goddamn place that me and Stan were in episode 2.
You go back to the underground caverns, sorry, not taverns. You go back down there, and as you go down, you see that, again, as you're investigating the dark corridors, you can actually see that there is light in one of the chambers where there was none before.
Praise Grumish. Something interesting to do. And I'll start making my way towards the light.
Are you
Like
stealthing?
Zurax. No, the mall has heavily insulted me.
As you get to the end of the corridor, you can see that someone is setting up this church area, the pews that were there. Someone is rewriting them, like putting them all up so that people can sit in them, and as soon as you walk in, you see the cloaked figure of someone dressed all in black, and as they look up, you see that their face has been fully peeled off. And that's where we're going to end it for this week.
Lub Nub no.
Yes.
So
Lubnub's got a Judoi.
Lubnub is going to start next session in combat.
Oh,
Judoi. I wonder if it squeaks when I bite it.
Oh shit.
So that's where we're going to leave it for this week.
Excellent.
Nice shop, guy.
Amazing. So, thank you very much for joining us. Sorry about the break. Obviously, we had quite a large section there where we weren't recording anything, we weren't doing live streams. We are going to go back to every 2 weeks, but we had to take a 3-week break there for Christmas and moving house and whatnot. So, after that is all sorted, we should be going back to a 2-week schedule as of now. Other than that, thank you very much for sticking with us. Thank you very much for the people that tuned in to watch live. We had quite a good consecutive amount of viewers, especially on YouTube, but also on Twitch. So just to say thank you to everybody for tuning in.
Thank you guys.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.